Ekiti State. Ekiti State. Opeyemi Bamidele Michael. Opeyemi Michael. Oluwole Fasui Cyril. Adaramodu Adeyemi Raphael. Okay. Enugu State. Chukwu Kelvin Chizoba. Okechukwu Eza. Okechukwu Osita Ngwu. FCT. Kingibe Ireti Hiba. Gombe State. Gombe State. Goje Mohammed Danjuma. Dankwambo Ibrahim Hassan. Siyako Yaro Anthony. Imo State. Onyawuchi Ezenwa Francis. Chiwuban Dubeze Patrick. Izuna South Sita Bonaventure.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the coverage of the inauguration of the 10th Assembly. Right now, we're in the red chamber of the Senate, and of course, the senators-elect are already casting their ballots to choose the first among equals, talking about the president of the Senate in the 10th Assembly. We will continue, to give you pictures from there, just to let you know that after this process and perhaps when there are some pauses during this process, we have people who've been there and those experts that will be giving us analysis of what is unfolding and what Nigerians will expect at the end of the day. I have in the studio Dr. Christopher Ngara, National Institute for the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, Abuja. Thank you for joining us. And somebody who was here some time ago, who also witnessed some of these tensions that we are seeing, because there was a little bit of, heated discussion at the beginning, talking about Senator Itainan from Akwa, who represented Akwa Ibom Northeast senatorial district, and was also a senior special advisor to the President on National Assembly matters, especially, of course, with matters concerning the Senate. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me.
Okay, so we will take you back to the Red Chamber of the Senate. The process has been orchestrated at the moment by the clerk to the Senate, but the process began with, the opening remarks and, of course, the description of the process by the clerk to the National Assembly. We'll be looking at the process just as you are looking, and, of course, give you perspectives when we can.
Kano State. Rufa Hanga. Barau Jibrin Ibrahim. Abdurrahman Kawu Suleiman. Katsina State. Yaradu Abdulaziz Musa. Zangon Daura Nasir Sane. Mohammed Danduse Muntari. Kebbi State. Aliero Adamu Mohammed Nasara. Abdullahi Yahaya Abubakar. Garba Musa. Kogi State. Ohere Sadiku Abubakar. Jibrin Issa. Karimu Sunday Steve. Kwara State. Saliu Mustafa. Saliu Mustafa.
Governor of Kogi State, Yaya Bello, just arrived at the chamber just now. And then this is the time usually in Parliament where the clerk to the National Assembly becomes a presiding officer within the moment. At this point in time, he calls the shots. He decides what happens. And then in 2019, the clerk who did this is in the chamber, Mohammed Sani Omolori, with some of his colleagues, three other former clerk to the National Assembly, Ibrahim Salim and Salisu Mekasua.
Yisa Ashiru Oyelola. Lagos State. Oshilokun San.
Present. Ondo State. Member-elect Tunji Ojo Olubumi. Present. Member-elect Adeboyega Adefarati. Present. Member-elect Adeshida Abiodun Cornelius Aderi. Member-elect Adeshida Abiodun Cornelius. Member-elect Adeshida Abiodun Cornelius. Member-elect Akingbaso Festus Olarewaju. Member-elect Ojogo Donald Kimi Kambo.
Ojogo Donald Kemikambo is present.
Member-elect Adefiranye Ayodele Festus.
Present.
Member-elect Odimayo Okunjimi John. Member-elect Makinde Peter Abiola.
Present.
Member-elect Adelebe Oluwatimehi.
Present.
Osun State.
Adeshida is present. The machine is down.
Okay. Adeshida Cornelius is present. Yes, it's present. That's why I said we're going back.
Ondo State.
Osun State. Member-elect Omirin Emmanuel Olusanya. Osun State. Member-elect Omirin Emmanuel Olusanya. Member-elect Oladebolanre Alomole. Member-elect Mudashiru Lukman Alani. Member-elect Akani Clement Ademola.
Present.
Member-elect Salam Bamidele. Member-elect Ajile Soro Abimbola Taufik.
Ajile Zoro present.
Member-elect Adewale Maruf Adebayo. Member-elect Adewale Maruf Adebayo. Member-elect Adewale Maruf Adebayo. Member-elect Oke Busayo Oluole.
Mr. Clark, I'm here. Present.
Member-elect Adetunji Abidemi Olusoji. Member-elect Adetunji Abidemi Olusoji. Member-elect Adetunji Abidemi Olusoji. Oyo State.
Testing the mic 1 2. 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 Testing the mic 1 2.
Isiaka Ibrahim Ayokule.
Present.
We are going to Oyo State. Oyo State. Member-elect Adeyemi Akim Adeni.
Present.
Member-elect Akim Moede Olafisoye Wasiu.
Present.
Member-elect Alabi Akinola.
Present.
Member-elect Akinremi Olaide Adewale. Member-elect Akim Moede Olafisoye Wasiu.
Present.
Member-elect Alabi Akinola.
Present.
Member-elect Akinremi Olaide Adewale. Member-elect Akinremi Olaide Adewale. Member-elect Adigun Abbas Adekule.
Present.
Member-elect Olajide Adedeji Stanley.
Present.
Member-elect Adekoju Anthony Adebayo.
I am present.
Member-elect Osini Abbas Aderemi.
Present.
Member-elect Mohammed Olaide Latif.
I'm present.
Member-elect Oyedeji Najimdin Oyeshina.
Present.
Member-elect Alao Olamijuolo Ayodeji. Member-elect Ojo Sunday Makanjuola.
I'm present, sir.
Member-elect Akande Shadipe Tolulope Tualola.
Present.
Member-elect Karim Tajuddin Abishodun.
Present, please.
Plateau State. Member-elect Gendem Peter Ibrahim. Member-elect Musa Aga Abia.
Present.
Member-elect Lalu Ishaya David.
Lalu is present, sir.
Member-elect Babos Dachum Musa.
Present.
Member-elect Yusuf Adamu Gagdi.
Present.
Member-elect La Beni Butmak. Member-elect La Beni Butmak. Member-elect La Beni Butmak. Member-elect Kwalu Isaac Kali. Member-elect Idris Ahmed.
Present.
Rivers State. Member-elect Bob Solomon. Member-elect Obuzo Victor. Member-elect Goodhead Boma. Member-elect Abiante Awaji.
Present. Abiante
Member-elect
Awaji Nombek Dagomie.
Go ahead. Member-elect Hart Cyril Godwin. Member-elect Inweke Felix Uche.
Present.
Member-elect Emerengwa Boniface Sunday.
Present.
Member-elect Ngogu Kelechi. Member-elect Ngogu Kelechi.
Rivers State. Onyeso Allwell Hacho. Onyeso Allwell Hacho. Mpigi Barenada. Banigo Ipalibo Harry. Sokoto State. Ibrahim Lamido. Wamako Aliyu. Tambuwa Waziri Aminu. Taraba State. Manu Haruna. Isa Shaibullah. Jim Kuta David S.O. Yobe State. Gaidam Alhaji Ibrahim. Lawan Ahmad Ibrahim. Mohammed Bumai Ibrahim. Zamfara State. Zamfara State. Bilbis Aliyu Ekra. Yao Sahabi Alaji. Abubakar Abdulaziz Yare. Yes, sir.
Now the voting is concluded. May I invite the tellers, that is the movers and seconders, to come forward, to step forward to witness the counting and the announcement of the results.
At exactly 15 minutes past 9 o'clock this morning, voting has been concluded on the floor of the Senate for the candidates standing in as president of the 10th Senate. Now, collation of ballot is ongoing with the two senators who nominated the candidates standing as observers. That is the sorting out of ballots. Well, it's being carried out just like it's done in the general election. Now, the two candidates who have been voted for, the ballot is being sorted according to their names. So, but after the separation of the ballots, eventually they'll be counted, and the candidate with the highest number of votes will be declared winner. But in the event of two or more senators-elect receiving equal votes, the name of the candidate having...
Katsina State, Member-elect Mohammed Jamilu. Member-elect Mohammed Jamilu Faskari.
Election will be conducted for the two candidates with the highest. But in this case, there are only two candidates. And if, for instance, after this collation and both candidates have equal votes, there will be another election. And so this will continue until a winner emerges.
Member-elect Said Musa Abdullahi.
Observation, Mr. Clark.
Member-elect Baraje Yusuf Kuri.
Collation of ballots still ongoing here at the floor of the Senate. We can see the senator who nominated Senator Godswill Akpabio, Senator Aline Dume, who is the chairman, Senate Committee on Army in the 9th Senate, is the person that nominated Senator Godswill Akpabio. He's standing there observing the process. We also have the senator who nominated Senator Abdulaziz Yari, Senator Elisha Abu from Adamawa State, is also there observing the electoral process. Well, the collation is still ongoing, and this will continue till we get to a point that all the ballots have been collected, sorted out, and separated. And then the teller, that is the staff of the National Assembly who is doing the collation, is known as the teller. When he's done, he will now have to approach the clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambawal, to tell him that the process has been concluded. And then the clerk to the National Assembly takes off from there. And the work of the teller ends at that point in time. And then he announces the next person who will sit on the exalted position of the President of the Nigerian Senate. The history of the Nigerian legislative arm of government has been that of a consistently interrupted growth, occasions by various military interventions.
You coming in for you? Coming down there. yourself like that. Huh?
Still a collation of results ongoing at the Senate. Well, you can see some jubilation on the floor of the Senate, but the result of this voting has not been announced. Collation is still ongoing, but what we saw on the floor, images of supporters of Senator Godswill Akpabio jubilating, not because a result has been announced, but they in the chamber, they are hearing the voice of the teller who has been announcing the votes. So from what they are hearing, they believe Senator Godswill Akpabio is going to have the day. That's the jubilation. But the collation of results is still ongoing here on the floor of the Senate. Collation of results is still ongoing here on the floor of the Senate. Like we did say earlier, from the images we are seeing there, we see Senator Godswill Akpabio, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, and the immediate past Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. They're being surrounded by some of his supporters there in the floor. But we can see his face appears to be very emotional. What we could describe as a tears of joy. But it's very important to know that collation of results is still ongoing. But them there in the chamber, they could hear the voice of the teller when he calls names of the candidate on each of the ballots. So from deduction, they could conclude who might take the day. See, is it Sheyi Makinde, governor there, for your state there. All of them surrounding Senator Godswill Akpabio in anticipation of the eventual victory.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبيه الكريم إنما أمره إذا أراد شيئا أن يقول لهم كن فيكون Kun fayakun. Kun fayakun. The clerk to the National Assembly, herein represented by the DCNA, I am Honorable Al-Hassan Ado Dogwa, member-elect for Dogwa Tudunwada Federal Constituency of Kano State. My respected colleagues, members-elect, with all sense of humility, I am of the APC extraction. The clerk to the National Assembly, I rise here pursuant to Order 2, Rule 3, A, B, and C of that same rule, to very humbly and on behalf of my respected members of the 10th Assembly, and in the exercise of this statutory duty, in the exercise of this institutional role that I'm humbled and given the opportunity to make on behalf of my colleagues, I rise here with all sense of respect to present to this gathering, this august gathering, a 58-year-old young man. I rise with all sense of humility, the clerk, to present to my colleagues a humble man, a very reliable man, a man that you can all depend on and have your eyes closed. My respected colleagues, members-elect to the 10th Assembly, I rise here to present to you and by extension to Nigerians, a man whose psychological and emotional temperament is apt and appropriate. My distinguished colleagues, the clerk to the National Assembly, I rise in discharge of this statutory role to present to this important gathering a man who, of course, by providence of hard work and commitment, is a holder of a PhD from the respected Usman Danfodio University, Sokoto. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, it is my singular honor to also give to my colleagues the assurance that the man I'm presenting today is someone who, by providence of hard work, commitment, and experience, has the required cognate experience, legislative experience, and also the parliamentary experience to steer the ship of this hallowed chamber and preside effectively as the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you a man and a member-elect whom I believe, to the best of my knowledge, and of course by extension to the best of the knowledge of most of us here, is someone who is competent, is someone who is dependable and you can depend on him. He is someone who has the ability and all it takes to relate with other arms of government to move Nigeria forward. I would like to tell my colleagues that the man I'm presenting today, and by so doing making history along with my colleagues, is someone who has garnered to his credit significant sense of public and private sector experiences. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I rise to present to you a man, like I said, who I believe providence of
Yeah. Order, please.
stand before you humbly for and on behalf of the entire members of the 10th House of Representatives, inshallah, to therefore nominate Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas to run for the election of the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Mr. Clark, honorable members, I therefore feel to say that I so nominate him. And to Tajuddin, it's a call to duty. It's a call to nation service. I hope you will accept humbly my nomination to run for the speakership position of the 10th House of Representatives. Thank you and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
9. Absent, nil. Abstain, nil. Abdul Aziz Yari scored 46 votes. Godswill Apabio scored 63 votes. Therefore, Senator-elect Godswill Apabio, who has received the highest number of votes, is hereby declared and returned President of the Senate. You can now
The elections are over and a new president of the Nigerian Senate has emerged. Former governor of Akwa Ibom State, the uncommon leader, Godswill Akpabio, emerges president of the 10th Senate. Well, the announcement has been made. Clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambawal, has just announced that Godswill Akpabio scored 63 votes, while his rival, Abdulaziz Yari, scored 46 votes. And then Abdulaziz Yari
members, the CNA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I rise to humbly accept the nomination as played by
All opposed.
Thank you, Alex.
The House of Representatives is preparing for the election of the Speaker, 10th Assembly. Member representing Sudun Wadadogwa Federal Constituency, Alhassan Adodogwa, opened the nomination and nominated Tajuddin Abbas as for the position of the Speaker 10th Assembly. The nomination was seconded by Nolim Naji, and they're all in support of Tajuddin Abbas. Tajuddin Abbas is the APC speakership nominee for the 10th Assembly.
All right, you're still watching the proceedings, talking about the inauguration of the 10th National Assembly. When we talk about, of course, the process in the Senate has been done and dusted. Quite a close race, 63 to 46, with Senator Godswill Akpabio, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, and of course the immediate past Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, emerging the 10th Senate President for the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, was given quite a fight by former governor of Zamfara State, Senator Abdulaziz Yari, in that one. Let me go straight to Senator Itainan. You've been here before. It's the gallop to the gavel is a quest of being the first among equals. But a lot of us trading must have gone through this process. I'm even seeing a number of governors that are even getting even more in number than some senators in some of the clusters we saw in some of the pictures there. A lot of interest in this one.
Yes. I think it's normal in a situation like this. In 2019, when we elected, when the Senate elected Senator Ahmad Lawan, the president of the 9th Senate, it was as tough as this, because there was alliance between the PDP at that time, which sponsored Senator Ike Ekweremadu to be the deputy Senate president, and fronted Senator Alin Dume to be the president. And that was against the run of play as required by the majority party, and which was led by Adams Oshomole. At that time also, myself, the national chairman, Adams Oshomole, who was the chairman of the party, now he's a senator-elect. You can see him in the footage there. We had to mobilize all the governors of the APC, including the secretary to government, including some party leaders. We mobilized them because there was a big challenge to us, because the party fielded and supported Ahmad Lawan against Senator Alin Dume. And Alin Dume had the backing of PDP senators, and the trade deal was that after electing Alin Dume, they will support the Ekweremadu of the PDP to repeat as president of the Senate. Don't forget that...
Deputy President.
As deputy president of the Senate. Don't forget that under Saraki of the 8th Senate, the Senator Ike Ekweremadu was the deputy Senate president, so he wanted to repeat. So we had to mobilize, and it's the same strategy that has been adopted now, that the party has chosen the His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio and fronted him as their preferred candidate, and they had to make every effort to make sure it pulled through. And I'm sure you can also see the closeness of the race. The closeness of the race, although it is not 54-55 or 50-59, But 46 to 63 is still close. When considering the fact that the number of APC members, considering the work that has been done by the majority party, I think it is still close. So I think they had to do...
But Governor Senator Abdulaziz Yari is also of the APC.
Yes,
so perhaps he would have, taken a couple of friends as well.
Yes, yes. So it was a close race. But let me congratulate His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, who has emerged the elected president of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think his path has always been cut and buttered by God. So I congratulate him. And I congratulate the 10th Senate because the process was seamless, did not allow for, there was no rancor except as normal. There was nothing suspicious. There was no suspicion of manipulation of vote and voting. There was nothing which the members, the distinguished senators-elect, could complain against the election process. The clerk to the National Assembly, the clerk to the Senate, and the deputy clerk to the Senate, and all of them that managed the process kept the tradition and kept to the Constitution and kept to the standing orders of the Senate, and they have had a very clean process that will not lead them to court.
There was a little bit of back and forth at the beginning when Senator Abo was, trying to, present his own nomination of Senator, Governor, former Governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari. Is this normal? Do you get to see this often? You are the, people who give us lectures on legislative studies and all that.
Well, I think it's very normal for you to see where interests are divided or where people have diverse interests. It's normal for you to see, that kind of thing, But again, I think I would like to congratulate the 10th Senate. You can see that tension was doused when the election started, and the election was free and fair. What you saw there is democracy in action, and the process was concluded seamlessly, just like distinguished rightly noted. And I think I like to join in congratulating,
all right, just to let you know that the swearing-in ceremony is already going on at the Senate. Once we reconnect with our outside broadcast crew, we'll bring you live pictures from the Senate. And of course, the process is ongoing in the House of Representatives as well. It seems to me as if it's only one person standing, and everybody seem to be queuing, behind Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria, Kaduna State, and Benjamin Kalu from Abia State as Deputy Speaker as well. That is also ongoing. Once we get relink, outside broadcast crew will bring you, pictures from there. It seems to me as if the House of Representatives, in spite of the fact that they are more in number and the opposition is slightly more, combined opposition is slightly more than the ruling party, there seems to be oneness in terms of the direction where the Speaker's gavel should go.
Well, I think they have done their homework very properly, and I think you can see that even before now, the national leadership of the APC, as well as the president himself, they have moved around to ensure that they rally their, support for Abbas. And as you can see in the floor of the House, everything is going according to plan. But that does not mean that there may not be, some form of, maybe other candidates may not emerge. At least we'll have to see what will happen. Let us, so that we'll have to see what is happening on the floor, so that we'll see whether Abbas will succeed in becoming an unopposed candidate. That is yet to come out.
Yeah, Senator Enan, it is instructive to let our viewers know that you went through the whole process. I think you were in the State House of Assembly as well.
Yes.
And you are in the House of Representatives, yes. And then you are a senator. You are in the best position to take us through this course. Almost 300, I mean, over 300, members elect there, but it seems as if they are all looking in one direction. And like I said to, the lecturer here, I was saying that, it looks to me as if, when we look at the, tabulation, the combined opposition is more than, the ruling party. But let's quickly see what's happening in the Senate. I think the pictures are back. Let's just take you live there as the inauguration is ongoing from the Senate.
Your Excellency, the President of the Senate, the Clerk of the National Assembly, I am Engineer Mweze David Umahi, the immediate past governor of Ebonyi State and the chairman of this winning group. I stand to nominate Senator Jibrin Barau to take the seat of the Deputy Senate President of the Senate. Your Excellency, Mr. Senate President, Mr. Clerk, I rise today in this historic hallowed red chamber of the Nigerian people with honor, a deep sense of responsibility, patriotism, national unity, and in the spirit of National Democracy Day Memorial, to move for the nomination that distinguished Senator Jibrin Barau, CON, representing the industrious people of Kano North Senatorial District, do take the chair of the Senate as the Deputy President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, may I seek your permission to read a brief citation of this distinguished Nigerian. Senator Barau I. Jibrin was born in 1959 at his hometown of Kano, the headquarters of Kabo local government area of Kano State. He holds a certificate in financial management for making business decisions from Cornell University, United States of America. He also has a bachelor's degree in accounting, master's certificate in financial management and pricing, master's certificate in management and master's of business administration degree, MBA. After his initial higher studies, the senator worked briefly in the accounting department of the Kano State Foundation before he resigned in 1992 to begin his private flourishing business with vast interests in the manufacturing, insurance, and the construction sectors of the Nigerian economy. His success in the private sector prepared him adequately to begin a process of championing the cause of his people through the instrumentality of politics. The senator's passion for his people motivated him to contest and won election in 1999 to the House of Representatives to represent Turani Federal Constituency of Kano State. While in the Federal House of Representatives, he served as the chairman, House Committee on Appropriations. As the chairman of the committee, he initiated in the year 2000 the practice of providing opportunities for federal legislatures to nominate projects to be implemented in their constituency project in parentheses, in the federal government's annual budget. This practice has been accepted and is being adopted not only by the federal legislatures, but also the state legislators across the country. He was also a member of the House of Representatives Committee on Power, among other committees, during that period. He was appointed in year 2000 to serve as a member of a committee set up by former Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo to review the Nigeria budgetary process. He served as the chairman of the Kano State Investment and Properties Limited, a company wholly owned by the Kano State government. He also served as a commissioner in the Kano State Executive Council during the second term of Dr. Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso's administration. On his return to electoral contest in 2015, Senator Barau contested and won election to the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representing his native Kano North Senatorial District under the platform of All Progressive Congress. He was appointed same year as the Vice Chairman Committee on Petroleum Resources Downstream of the Senate, and subsequently became the chairman of the same committee. In the latter year of 2016, he was reassigned to the Senate Committee on Tertiary Institutions of State Fund as the chairman of the committee, a position he held till the end of the 80th National Assembly. He was re-elected to the Senate in 2019 and served as the chairman of the Senate Committee on Appropriation until the end of his tenure in the 9th Assembly last week. Notably, he was the secretary of the Northern Senators Forum from 2016 to 2021, when he resigned in order to concentrate more on his rigorous duty as the chairman Senate Committee on Appropriations. He received the award of the Northern Senator of the Year 2017 by the Nigeria Senate Press Corps. He also received in June this year the Budget Cycles Restoration Award by the same National Assembly Press Corps in recognition of the role he played to restore the Nigeria budget cycle from January to December of every year. He was bestowed with the National Award of the Commander of the Order of Niger by the former President Muhammadu Buhari in the year 2022 in recognition of his sterling service to Nigeria. Mr. Senate President, the Clerk of the National Assembly, my distinguished colleagues, it is for these reasons and more that I, Engineer Wednesday David Umahi, CON, Fellow of Nigeria Society of Engineers, FNAT, do urge us, as I have urged myself, to support this national unity and stability for Nigeria's motion for the nomination that distinguished Senator Jibrin Barau, CON, do take the chair of the Senate as the Deputy President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians. I do move.
Any seconder? Senator-elect.
Distinguished Senator of the Federal Republic, Senator Godswill Akpobia, Senate President of the 10th Senate, the Clerk of the National Assembly, and distinguished Senators-elect, I rise to second the motion ably moved by Senator-elect Senator Dave Umahi that Senator Jibri Barau be given the opportunity to take the seat of the Deputy Senate President. I so move. I so second, and my names are Senator-elect Saliu Mustafa, representing Kwara Central.
Distinguished Senator-elect Barau.
Mr. President, my distinguished Senators-elect, my name is Barau I. Jibrin, the Senator-elect representing Kano North, Senatorial Zone. Mr. President, I stand to accept the nomination, the motion for nomination as moved by Senator-elect David Umahi, that I should take the Senate chair to add or to be the Deputy President of the Senate of the 10th Senate. Mr. President, I so accept. Thank you.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nomination, I declare the nomination closed. So, yeah. Since we have only one candidate vying for the position of the Deputy President of the Senate, I now declare Senator Jibrin Barau as duly elected Deputy President of the Senate.
The new Deputy President of the 10th Senate has emerged. Senator Jibrin Barau has emerged the Deputy President of the 10th Senate. Well, in his case, there was no any other nomination to contest with him, and therefore, Clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambawal, announced him as Deputy President of the 10th Senate.
Okay, it's allowed.
How do you vote? I go with Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. Martin said, Tim, how do you vote?
I vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
I them, Josiah, how do you vote?
I rise to vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Esset Makudo, how do you vote?
I rise to vote for Right Tajuddin Abbas.
Oka for Dominic. Ifeanyi, how do you vote? I didn't hear you, sir. Mr. Indicated. Okay. Inekwe Peter Udo Golonya, how do you vote?
I rise to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Orubo Obiageli, how do you vote?
I rise to vote Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Okonkwo Uchenna Harris, how do you vote?
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. All members of the National Assembly. I, do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as a member of the Senate, I will perform my functions. Honestly, to the best of my ability. Faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve by the letter of justice.
We'll start again. Nothing is going
And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 6th schedule of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So help me God.
The Federal Republic of Nigeria. That as the Deputy President of the Senate,
That as the Deputy President of the Senate,
I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and the law,
and
the rules of the Senate,
and
always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will strive
to
preserve
the
fundamental objectives and directive principles of the state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the 5th schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Yeah, so I always forgot my. No, I
Wait, it's red, bread.
Very slowly on. No. Okay, now okay.
Now go?
Yeah.
Abuku Obozi Zebe Ofoji, how do you vote? Philip Agbese, how do you vote?
By my father, Senator John Akume Otajuddin Abbas.
Ojema Ojotu. Member-elect Ojema Ojotu.
The vote of the people of Apa Gatu Federal Constituency, I speak on their behalf, is for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. Thank you very much.
Sekaf Zua Ijoinyom, how do you vote?
TJ Abbas.
Akume Regina, how do you vote?
TJ Abbas.
Takige D. Dixon, how do you vote?
I vote TJ Abbas.
Austin Asema Achado, how do you vote? Honorable TJ Abbas. Solomon Wombo, how do you vote?
Dr. TJ Abbas.
Seso Ipaga, how do you vote?
Honorable TJ Abbas.
Tessa Igbo, how do you vote?
Tajuddin Abbas.
Ogegu David Agada, how do you vote?
Honorable TJ Abbas.
Onu Nyeche Blessing.
I rise to vote for Right Honorable TJ Abbas.
Midala Usman Balami, how do you vote?
I vote Honorable TJ Abbas.
Gimba Zenot. Gimba Zenot.
I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Member-elect Aliu Mukhtar Betara.
I vote Honorable TJ Abbas.
Jaha Amadou Usman.
I vote for Honorable TJ Abbas.
Ahmed Ibrahim Bukar. Muhammad Ibrahim Bukar. Muhammad Ibrahim Bukar. Thank you. Alhaji Ahmed Satomi.
I stand firm and my vote goes straight to Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, Nigerian Sasso.
Thank you, sir. Zana Usman. Ghana Malam Buka. Rahis Abdulkadris. Buka Tauba.
My vote goes to Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Iyan Emil Lemke. Iyan Emil Lemke. Egbona Alex. Egbona Alex. Abang Victor Bigson.
Honorable TJ Abbas.
Akiba Basi Ekpeyon.
Right Honorable TJ Abbas.
Basi Joseph.
Right Honorable TJ Abbas.
Irom Etaba Michael. Peter Akpanke.
I vote for Right Honorable TJ Abbas.
Effiong Godwin Ode Epo.
My vote is for Honorable TJ Abbas.
Lawrence Okoli.
Order, distinguished. Order. Order, distinguished. Please return to your seat. Order, distinguished senators-elect. The President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, senators-elect, I wish to make this announcement. We have in our mix the former Senate President, Senator Ebute Ame, he may wish to also congratulate the President of the Senate and the Deputy President of the Senate. Also in our mix, we have our former clerks to the National Assembly, person of Dr. Ibrahim Salim, CON, Alhaji Abubakar Maikaswa, OON, PhD, and Alhaji Sani Ataba Omolori. Thank you. The President of the Senate, the Deputy President of the Senate, distinguished Senators-elect, on behalf of the management of National Assembly, I wish to congratulate you once again for this historic occasion. I think from now I have concluded my assignment in the Senate. I will now proceed to the House of Representatives. Thank you. Okay. Also in our mix, we have the former clerk, Amos Olatunde Ojo. Thank you. Sorry for that.
Osikama Ikem Kama St. Andy. Akpatasin Oyo Zoje Peter. Akpatasin.
Akpatasin votes for TJ Abbas.
Murphy Osaru.
Respectfully, my vote goes to Honorable TJ Abbas.
Onobum Marcus Izegweya.
I honorably
Mojo.
Sir, can you make it audible? We didn't hear you. Yahweh is so sad. Osawaru Billy, famous Adesua.
I rise this morning to cast my vote for Right Honorable TJ Abbas, PhD.
Idausa Dennis.
Allow me to vote for Honorable TJ.
Obere Julius. No, sorry, before Julius. Idausa Dennis. Idausa Dennis, please. Idausa Dennis. Thank you. Obere Julius. Fatoba Chief Olushola. Rufus Adeniyi. Bamishile Olufemi Richard.
TJ Abbas.
Omolaye Abiodun Francis.
TJ Abbas.
Rotimi Akintude Oluwaseun. Kolawole Davidson Akinlayo.
Honorable Tajude Abbas.
Chijoke Stanislaus Okereke.
Tajudeen Abbas.
Nnamachi Paul Sunday.
Dr. Tajudeen Abbas.
Atu Chinaobi Sam.
Arise to vote for TJ Abbas.
Sunday Syracuse Umeha. Nwodo Stainless Shijoke.
Arise to vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD, my friend.
Dennis Agbo.
Arise to vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Nnaji Nolem John.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Arise to vote for Honorable TJ Abbas.
Ajiya Abdul Rahman. Ajiya Abdul Rahman.
Honorable TJ Abbas.
The live coverage of the inauguration of the 10th Assembly. For the Senate, it seems as if, of course, everything is done and dusted in the Red Chamber. Former governor of Akwa Ibom State, two-time governor of Akwa Ibom State, and of course, former minister of the Ministry of Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, has emerged as the Senate president, while he's going to be, assisted by as deputy Senate president by Senator representing Kano, North Senatorial District. Talking about, Senator Jibrin Barao. Of course, the process for the House of Representatives is ongoing. It's an open ballot system, and it seems as if everything is going in one direction, Senator.
Yes, it does appear. It does appear. And the difference between the rules of the Senate and the House of Representatives is that voting is by open ballot in the House and secret ballot in the Senate. And where you have the secret ballot in the Senate is what was introduced into the Senate under the Saraki situation, where the rules were changed within the interregnum of the dissolution of the 7th Senate and the proclamation of the 8th Senate. So, and that situation has not been changed. So, it is even in the amended 2022 rules, it is the situation. Secret ballot in the Senate. But in the House, it is open ballot.
All right, we didn't quite see the pictures there, but while after Honorable Adudugu had nominated Honorable Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency, there were also other nominations, two nominations, that is for Ahmed Idris Wase from Plateau State and Aminu Jaji from Zamfara State. We're still trying to see how the collation is going, but for now it seems as if it's only going in one direction, Doctor.
Yes, I think all the votes are going in one direction. There is massive support for Abbas, and I think it has to do with most of the members elect are going in the line of the party and the executive. But my concern or my fear is that I hope that in spite of all this, and when eventually whoever the speaker is announced, they will be able to stand their ground and work without necessarily being subservient completely to the executive, as we have seen in the Ninth Assembly. I think that they should be able to uphold the principle of separation of powers to the extent that they should be able to hold the executive to account so that democracy can flourish and then people will be able to enjoy the dividends of democracy.
That is one school of thought, but I would want you perhaps to make a comment that you are also in this house. Does it necessarily mean that if everybody endorses one person, does it mean that it means everybody's hand in glove and they can still not perform the duties?
I do not agree with my brother that the 9th Senate was hands in glove with the executive, and they weren't able to perform their duties. The difference between the Ninth Assembly and the other assemblies and a few other ones is that the Ninth Assembly emerged in accordance with the run of play. They worked with the party, perhaps with the executive behind the scene, to choose the leadership of Femi Gbajabiamila and Senator Ahmad Lawan for the House of Representatives and the Senate. And when that happens, most matters that comes from the executive are pre-discussed at the party caucus, sometimes discussed between the Senate President and the Speaker and the President and the executive. They have that the ministers who are in charge of every measure or bill have opportunity of pre-discussing these matters, at the executive, with the Senate President and having his buy-in, and the Senate sometimes using the committees, using the chairman of committees and leaders of the committees, pre-discuss and agree on certain matters before it comes to the floor. And that is why some of those things comes and pass as if they were quote unquote rubber stamp. It is not. It is because there is what we call in the legal process front loading. Those matters have been front loaded, discussed. Areas of disagreement have been also thrashed out. And sometimes when it is thrashed out and there are disagreement, those matters are withdrawn.
We'll come back to you, sir. Yeah. Senator, we'll come back to you. Let's quickly go to the Senate. I think the Senate President wants to, is making
membership of this great Senate on the senators elect. The clerk.
Senators elect, I will now proceed. Okay, sorry. As senators elect, I will now proceed with inviting senators elect state by state, 3 states at a time, to come forward to administer, to take oath of office. Work out Abia State, work out Chadalentin, Kalu Oji Uzo, Abaribe Enyina Hakot, Abbas Aminu Iya, Ishaku Elisha Cliff, Yarobinos Dauda, Etim Basi Anekon, Samson Akban Ekon, Abia State, okay, down here. Adamawa State, Abbas Aminu Iya, Ishaku Elisha Cliff, three. Yaro Binos Dauda, okay. They're not complete. It's all soon. 4, 5, 6. We need to have 2 more. I call the names again. Okay. 5, 6, 7. Woko Chadalentin, Carlo Oji Uzo, Abari Benina Hakot, Abbas Aminu Iya, Ishaku Elisha Cliff, Yerobinos Dauda, Etim Basi Anekon, Samson Akpan Ekon. You swear after, you stay after me. We are starting with the oath of allegiance. I state your name. Do solemnly affirm or swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of a member of the National Assembly. I do solemnly swear stroke affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the Senate, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law and the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Anambra State, Ume Victor Chukwunonyelu, Nwoye Tony, Oba Patrick Ifeanyi. Bauchi State, Ahmed Abdul Nengi, Kaila Samaila Dahua, Boba Omar Shehu. Bayelsa State, Kombowe Benson Friday, Agadaga Benson Sunday, Dixon Serake Henry. Come. What's up? Two are not. Kaila Samaila Dahua. Okay. Boba Omar Shehu. Okay. Oath of allegiance. I do solemnly swear stroke affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Images of what we're seeing there on the floor of the Senate is the first official function of the President of the 10th Senate, Senator Godswill Akpabio. Now he is now administering oath of office and swearing in of the other 108 senators-elect. After this swearing-in ceremony, they become senators. Like I did say, this is the first official function of the President of the 10th Senate, Godswill Akpabio.
I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the law and the rules of the Senate, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th Schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Benue State, Udende Emmanuel Memsa, Zam Titus Tatenga, we'll get it right. Moro Abba Patrick, Borno State, Kakashe Lawan, Monguno Mohammed Tahel, Ndume Mohammed Ale, Cross River State, Jonah.
The Senate is going through the process of swearing in the senators-elect as they become senators of the 10th Senate. Of course, the House of Representatives also going through the process of electing the first among equals, talking about the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. Let's go to the floor of the Green Chamber and see as proceedings continue to unfold there at the floor of the House of Representatives chamber there, the Green Chamber. Let's go there and I'll be back soon.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. On behalf of Katsina State, Katsina Local Government, my name is Aminu Chindu. I'm here to support and choose my candidate, Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, inshallah.
Soli Sada Abbas Tajuddin. Abbas Tajuddin. Abbas Tajuddin. Yusuf Salisu Majiri Giri. This Yusuf Salisu Majigiri.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Thank you, sir. Ahmed Aliyu Abdullahi.
Da sunan Allah mai rahama mai jin kai, I rise to vote Prince Tajuddin Abbas.
Member-elect Sani Lawal.
Tajuddin Abbas.
Musa. Abbas. Mansar Musa. Member-elect Mansar Musa.
My name is Mansour Musa, representing Ali Rugondu Jega, Pro Constituency from Kebbi State. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Rabiu Garba Kamba.
With love from the people of Arewa Dandi local Arewa Dandi Federal Constituency of Kebbi State, my vote goes to Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Ian Zazau.
Sani Yakubu Noma. Sani Yakubu Noma. Kaoje Bello.
My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas.
I Mohammed.
The last born of the 10th Assembly
I stand to vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Ianzazo.
Ibrahim Chukura Kabir.
My vote goes to the Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Garuba Koko Salisu. Yusuf Tanko Sununu. Yusuf Tanko. Abdul Malik Abdurrahim Danga.
Right Honorable
Sani Igidi Abdurrahim.
On behalf of the good people of Ajakuta Federal Constituency, I hereby vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ali Abdullah Ibrahim.
With all sense of sincerity, Abdullah Ibrahim from Ankpa Omala Olaworo Federal Constituency, my vote goes for Honorable Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Haruna Paul Gowan.
Inasmuch as I'm very, very mindful of the pathetic situation of the central part of Nigeria, the party system that have made it possible for me to be here has directed me to vote for Tajuddin Abbas, and I hereby vote Tajuddin Abbas.
Zakaria David Idris.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
And we have some order so that we can fast track the process. I don't know. Zakaria David Idris. Zakaria David Idris.
Zakaria David Idris. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas. Tajuddin Abbas. Should I vote again?
Idris Salman. Danladi. Sulaiman Danladi. I will have to revisit one member who was not around. Honorable Dati Yusuf Usman, how do you vote for record purpose? Dati
Looking
Yusuf
at proceedings in the Green Chamber, that is the House of Representatives, and we can see the process going on, affirmation and not affirmation per se, because the still open ballot, and it seems as if it's going one direction. I wanted to get the insight of one who has been there at a certain time. You were in all the three different tiers of legislation in this country: the State Assembly, the House of Representatives, and the Senate. Well, we can't call it three tiers because the Senate and the House of Assembly is national. But at this point, when we perhaps see that it's going in one direction, or there's conviction on the floor that majority of the members are going in a certain direction, is that still an opportunity, for instance, for those who have thrown their hats in the ring to say, okay, I step down?
Yeah, in the course of it, a member may decide to step down, but I think they have gone too far and far past that post. So and each of them standing for the record. I remember I contended for the for the Deputy Speaker of the House of Assembly. When I contested, and In the House of Representatives, I didn't contest because of the zoning thing, as it were. And in 1999, we had almost all going one way. In the House of Representatives, we voted for Buhari at that time, and then later Galina Abba, who took over. Then in the 2003, we voted for the current speaker, the immediate past governor of Katsina State, as a speaker, Aminu Bello Masare. Then in 2007, in the third assembly, we voted for Mrs. Ete and later Bankole. It was all the same process, all open ballot, as it were. Then when we went to the Senate, we voted for David Mark in 2011. So at least I have witnessed this inauguration about 5 times. One in the House of Assembly, 3 in the House of Representatives, 1 in the Senate, before I became advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters Senate. The process is going on well. What we really should appreciate, what Nigerians should really appreciate, is that the procedure as set out by the Constitution, the procedure as set out by the standing orders of the House itself, has been followed in every material particular. And there is no attempt by any person in the course of it to shortcut the process. And so, unlike the 8th Assembly, where there were some issues which led to protracted litigation on the inauguration process, and the other issues in the House of Representatives, which was about the right of the new members to vote and be voted for on the basis of the Constitution. This one has shown absolutely nothing, in my opinion, that will be contentious, that will lead to litigation, or that may lead to instability in the House of Representatives and in the Senate. The House of Representatives is still going on in the voting process. They are doing the counting and tallying. The Senate has concluded the election of the Senate President and the President of the Senate and Deputy President of the Senate. They are now swearing in the distinguished senators elect to become senators now.
State by state.
State by state, and 3 in a row, 3 at a time, 3 states at a time. That's 9 of them. So we will want to congratulate them and say that, look, for those who have taken the seats for now, those who have taken the seats as President of the Senate, Deputy President, that will take the seat as Speaker and Deputy Speaker, embrace unity. Because if you do everything to break the ranks of the others, because if you don't and you allow the group to keep grouping up, you will have a level of challenge that will lead to, that will not be comfortable. And I know that His Excellency President Tinubu will and has taken every step to make sure that, and will take more steps to make sure, in his characteristic political sagacity, to bind and integrate all interest in the Senate to ensure that he doesn't have a legislature that is in any manner opposed to most of his measures. But opposing his measures doesn't mean that you're opposing him, because most measures you have to reason along with him or reason against him, against what he says, against what is brought, because what the president brings to the National Assembly is a raw product to be discussed, agreed, or rejected according to what the legislators think is right according to law, which the president may not have seen. So we wish them well. And the most important thing is that the process has gone on so seamlessly, so perfectly, and is of international standard.
Now let's look at what has happened now. A huge turnover of lawmakers, very few returning, especially even in the House of Representatives, not seeing so many coming in. Would that affect the quality of legislation from your experience?
Well, I think it will, to some extent. You know, the level of high turnover in the National Assembly is very, very high. It means that the state will have to devote resources to train the new people who are coming in, particularly for the National Institute for Legislative Studies, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies. The institute has a lot of work in his hand, and I think the DG is capable of doing what he has been doing. You know, the new legislators will have to go through a lot of training so that they can, know and acquire the knowledge on how to, and the skill or how to, to carry on their legislative function. Of course, if you check, it will take some time, and it will need a lot of resources, to be able to train them. But I think that if you check also the quality of the people who have been elected this time, most of them are if you take their level of education. So I don't think it will be difficult for them to catch up, with the training that is going to be given to them, and it's just a question of time for them to, but it will take some time for them to adjust, and for them to get acquainted with the processes and procedures of the legislative process.
Just take us through what to expect in the coming days. We've just had the new, man at the top chair talking about the Senate President. In a short while, the Speaker also will be, sworn in and all that. What are we are we expecting in the coming days? Is it, the appointment of principal officer? How do we go about? How does that normally unfold? Just give us to the true process before I go to Senator Itain.
Normally, for them to hit the ground running, the appointment of principal officers will have to, be done so that the country is already, people are yearning for dividends of democracy, and I don't think that from what I have seen going on that a time will be wasted in doing that, so that governance can start. Elections have been won and lost, I think this is time for governance, and I think if you see the body language of the president, is also ready to work and has started in a very good footing with all the steps that he has taken. The National Assembly, of course, will have to work to complement what he's already doing, and lucky enough, you see the candidates that have emerged as both the President of the Senate and the Speaker are the candidate that has been endorsed by the party as well as the President himself. So I think all is set for governance to begin, and Nigerians are actually yearning to see how this government will turn around things and impact their lives positively.
Senator, what are the considerations in picking principal officers? Some naturally they emerge by virtue of some status, but tell us does that normally go on, or how is it that you normally get people into those top positions in the chambers?
Now you'll have the Senate leader, Senate chief whip, Senate deputy leader, and the Senate deputy whip. Now, that is for the majority party. The minority party will also have the minority leader, deputy minority leader, minority whip, and the minority deputy whip. That is 4 principal positions to join the deputy president, to join the Senate president and the deputy president of the Senate in the leadership. The same goes for the House of Representatives and the House of Assembly by extension. Now, the standing orders provides that the members of the House in the party members or the elected members from amongst themselves will choose their leader, their different principal officers. And now the considerations that are normally given is that if the Senate president is from Akwa Ibom in the south, then the chief whip will come from the The chief whip, none of the other principal officers will come from that zone. But the minority party may choose a minority leader, minority whip or deputy from that zone also that the president there comes from, because the president is normally from the majority party as it is now. But we had a situation in the House of Representatives, and we sometimes have situations where the party hierarchy at the national level will want to nominate somebody from amongst the legislators to be the leader of the party. That is why we had the situation in the minority party in the 9th House of Representatives, where you had Chinda nominated by the party, but the speaker, no, okay, let me shield the speaker. The minority caucus in the House seemed to have nominated Ndudi Elumelu, and that is the person that the speaker announced. The speaker, the presiding officer, is very key in the choice of who becomes principal officer. That is, whether in the minority or majority party, because sometimes the Senate president or the speaker, they descend into the arena of the minority party, working using one person or the other to make sure that their leaders emerge by a certain manner.
All right, we are seeing pictures from the two chambers. Of course, I've just come on your screen now, but let's quickly go to the Green Chamber, where the House of Representatives are about getting to the business end. That's the most important part of today's, activity inauguration as far as the House of Representatives is concerned. Let's go there now to take the ambulance.
PhD. Oluwaseyi Sowunmi. Oluwaseyi Sowunmi. Oluwaseyi Sowunmi. Member-elect Seyi Sowunmi.
You're watching live proceedings from the House of Representatives. Election of the presiding officer is now ongoing. That's the position of the Speaker, 10th House of Representatives. 3 members elect have been nominated to contest the position of the Speaker, 10th Assembly. They are Tajuddin Abbas from Kaduna State, representing Zaria Federal Constituency in Kaduna State. He is also the nominee of the ruling party, that is the APC. The immediate past Deputy Speaker of the 9th House of Representatives is also contesting, that is Ahmed Idris Wasi, while Amin Nujaji from Zamfara State was also nominated to contest the position of the Speaker, 10th Assembly. Election is now ongoing, and open ballot is what is being used to conduct the proceedings. The presiding officer for the exercise is the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, Kamoruddin Ogunlana. He is now been joined by the Clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Tambol, who just concluded the activities at the Senate.
We are not hearing you, sir. Speak to the mic.
For Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the best man for the job.
Umaru Jeremiah.
On behalf of the people of Akwanga, Wamba, Nasarawa, Edo, I vote Dr. Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo.
Hassan Abubakar Nalaraba.
Thank you, DCNA. Abubakar Hassan Nalaraba is my name, Sadaukin Lafia OON. My vote is for Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Wealthy Gaza Jonathan.
I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo. Thank you.
Zahiru Abubakar Sariki.
I hereby voted for Tajuddin Abbas Ianzozo.
Ari Abdul Mumin Mohammed.
Glory be to God. My vote goes to my elder brother, my mentor, a true Democrat, Right Honorable Idris Ahmed Wasi.
Mahmudu Abdullahi. Mahmudu Abdullahi. Muhammad Jafaru Ali. Jafaru Ali. Sayyid Musa Abdullahi.
I vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas, PhD. Thank you.
Baraje Yusuf Kure. Abubakar Abdul Baba Abubakar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. My vote goes to Tajuddin Abbas Iyanzazo.
Thank you, Adamu.
I vote for the Iyanzazo, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Abdullahi I Garuba.
Abdullah Idris Garba, representing Kontagora. My vote goes for Ian Zawzaw Tajuddin Abbas, incoming speaker.
Ghana Joseph Audu. Ghana Joseph Audu. Shehu Saleh Ijao.
I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Ismail Musa Modibo. Oshoba Babatunde.
Olumide Oshoba, representing Abeokuta North of Afemode and other federal constituency. I also represent the pillar of our democracy, Moshood Kashimawu Olawale Abiola. I vote Tajuddin Abbas.
Afuakwe Afolabi Moruf. Akinosi Olatunji Akoni. Isiaka Nasru Adegboyega.
On behalf of the people of Yewa North, Imekwa from Federal Constituency of Ogun State, the gateway to the nation, I vote Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, PhD.
Abiodun Ishak Akinlade.
My name is Right Honorable Akinlade Abiodun Isaac. On behalf of people of Yewa South, Ekpokia Federal Constituency of Ogun State, I vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the man of destiny.
Isiaka Ibrahim Ayokunle.
On behalf of the very good people of Ifo, Eweko Federal Constituency, and on behalf of the fastest growing economic state in Nigeria, Ogun State, Isiaka Ayokunle Ibrahim, I cast my vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas. Thank you.
Adegbeso Joseph Folorunsho.
On behalf of my federal constituency, Jebu North, Jebu East, Ogun Water side, I rise to cast my vote for Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Ogumbanwo Adeleke Olufemi.
On behalf of the financially prudent people of Ijebuland, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
Ononuga Adewumi Oriyomi.
I am Honorable Yeyoba Otumba Adewumi Oriyomi Ononuga. I represent the fabulous United people of the Kenne, Shagamu, and Remo North. I'm from Ogun State, and I rise to cast my vote for the Prince of Zauzau, Tajuddin Abbas.
Tunji Ojo Olubumi.
I rise to cast my vote for a detribalized Nigerian, the embodiment of legislature, and the man that has created so many opportunities for the youth by virtue of legislative experience. Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas Iyan Zanzao. Thank you.
Adegboyega Adefarati.
My name is Adefarati Adegboyega. I vote for Tajuddin Abbas.
Adeshida Abiodun Cornelius.
On behalf of the good people of Akure North, Akure South, Ondo State, I vote for Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, the Doctor of Philosophy.
Akingbaso Festus Olanrewaju. Festus Olanrewaju. Member-elect Festus Olanrewaju. Ojogo Daniel Kimi Kabo. Donald Kimi Kabo.
The name is Ojogo Donald Kimi Kabo.
Voting is still ongoing in the House of Representatives for the election of the Speaker, 10th Assembly. The voting is by open ballot. Each member-elect has to call out the candidate of his choice, and we have 3 contestants vying for the office of the Speaker, 10th House of Representatives. Now, according to the standing orders of the House of Representatives, for a candidate to emerge as the Speaker, he or she has to secure 1/2 of the total votes cast. Now, considering that the House of Representatives has 360 members, it means that for a contestant to be declared as winner, he has to have 181 votes.
I rise to vote for Dr. Tajuddin Abbas.
Oluwatimileyin
Adelebe Oluwatimeyin. I want to cast my vote.
Inestimable control of the affairs of man, including the transfer of power. Today marks a historic moment for all of us as we embark on a new chapter in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My speech is on my behalf and also on behalf of my Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate, a very humble personage who has been humbled by the events of today, distinguished Senator Jibril Barao. We are both very happy to have been given this opportunity, and we show gratitude to Almighty God. We also want to thank God on your behalf, and especially congratulate all of you who have just been sworn in as senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for being able to wade through the very difficult elections that we passed through. I described that last election as the first cashless election in Nigeria, the 2023 elections. In some states, we had tsunamis, and in others, we had some of our colleagues returning. But I think the number of senators that returned were about 30 or thereabouts. And those that came fresh into the red chambers are about 79 in number. But today, everybody is ranked, having been sworn in. So I want to say once again, congratulations. Let me also thank the clerk of the National Assembly, the clerk of the Senate, and all the staff of the Senate and the National Assembly for their very, very valuable time and hard work, dedication to duties and commitments and contributions to the Nigerian Federation. I want to say, I don't know how Senator Ndube puts it, whether he says first among equals or first one among equals or first among equals. There is a way he puts his own. So I don't understand, but I just want to say that I will continue to be one amongst you, and I'll work with you, for you, beside you. I'll be a Senate President that will stand for all, including distinguished Senator Yari. Whether I was qualified to contest or not did not matter. What mattered is that democracy took root right here in these chambers today. So let me congratulate you for a hard fight. I want to extend my hand of fellowship to you. We've already discussed here that we are going to work very closely together. I take it that every single senator here voted for me. And what has happened today is historic. This is the first time in the Nigerian Senate that you have 8 political parties seated in one chambers. What that means is that as soon as you pass through the door to enter these red chambers, you become a senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and no longer of your political party, and I will treat you so. I must say that I am humbled to be so honored by my colleagues. I'm extremely delighted that despite the fact that the invitations were very few, my dear wife, Ekaite Unamagos Yulakwabio, is in the crowd to witness this historic occasion, together with my last daughter. I hope she will not admire any senator here. But I wouldn't mind being a father-in-law to a senator if there's any young one that is not married. So, my dear wife, congratulations for being a great woman, a woman of great virtue, an exemplary woman, and one that loves Nigeria, and one that loves humanity. May God continue to prosper and bless you and grant you peace. The country is at a crossroads. We are grappling with a lot of difficulties. We are just inherited an economy that requires renewal, revitalization. I want to thank our dear President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON, for the steps they've taken so far, which has given a lot of hope to the entire Nigerian Federation and even the West African sub-region as a whole. I want to assure Mr. President that no matter what name the Senate is called, we are here to do national duties. This Senate is about Nigeria and Nigerians. And so long as the policies that come to these chambers concern the empowerment and upliftment of Nigerians, we shall dwell and deliberate and then have robust debate on them with public hearings. We will work closely with the executive arm of government whilst maintaining the normal independence of the legislature. So let me thank the President for the choice of Senator Godswill Akpabio and Senator Jibril Barrow, and also thank the party, the All Progressive Congress, for the zoning system that brought all of us, and especially thank my colleagues, my brothers, and my sisters in the 10th Assembly, the 10th Senate, for voting for us across party lines. This is the way we shall continue to be together. Whatever will happen here, we will think Nigeria, and we will dwell on Nigeria, and will make a very big difference. I assure you that my reputation precedes me. My track record is there for all to see. We will bring about uncommon changes in the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I must say that today should not really be a speech-making day. It should just be a day for all of us to thank God that none of us was consumed by the COVID. Mine is to pray for you, as you have honored me and honored my brother, Jibrin, that God will also continue to honor you, and God will be there for you and your families. Something that I always feel in my heart, may none of us ever be a next item in the 10th Senate. Can we say amen? I used to feel very bad whenever we come for sittings and they will say we have to adjourn, and then they will say stand up for 1 minute silence. And 32 seconds later, they will say, may he or her soul rest in peace. The next thing, they will say, clerk, next item. So I felt we were on next items. So the first prayer I have for you, for this great honor today, is that may you never be a next item. May you never be a next item. May your family never see tragedies. That will be my prayer to God Almighty. So I want to further assure you that the enormous responsibilities facing us, that we shall tackle them headlong. We'll look into the existing laws and work closely with the House of Representatives to realign them, to ensure that they are fit for purpose and they suit the current realities of the artificial intelligence that the world is facing today. We will try our best to also make laws that will move forward and encourage foreign direct investment into the country. The current administration has brought about the acronym of Renewed Hope, and I think this Senate will join in ensuring a total renewal hope for Nigerians, where there seem to have been no hope. I had the opportunity of serving as a governor, and I warned my people who work with me that I do not still believe in politically motivated infrastructure. Therefore, the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria will ensure very serious oversight functions. We shall carry out very serious oversight functions to make sure that we do not waste the resources of the country. We'll put members of the executive on their toes, particularly the ministers, when they are ready to work. When they are appointed, we'll follow project by project, and also we'll do our best in terms of our preparation. We will not have any delay. And this one, I must commend the 9th Senate, because we had a difficult time in the 8th Senate, when we used to have delay in budgets for almost 7 months. But when I came this time around, the 9th Senate did so well. They were able to get Nigeria back to the era of January to December budget system. And I think the 10th Senate will maintain that tradition. I hope I'm speaking your minds. That will enable us to plan well and start well for the country. So the executive must also assist us to make sure that they send the budgets on time, and the ministers and then the MDS and the other parastatals that ought to defend the budgets will have to suspend foreign trips and come down to do so, so we can act timelessly and make sure that we maintain that tradition. So I pay great tribute to my predecessor, distinguished Senator Ahmed Lawan, for the achievements. The number of laws passed were unprecedented, and particularly the SDGs, the numerous projects strewn around the country that were completed, unlike in the 8th Senate, when we had what they call budgetary approval, and then they said no cash backing, and so we had a lot of abandoned projects. I do hope that this current administration will also work closely with us to give us 98 to 100% releases, and not just approval without cash backup. So we'll work closely with the executive in that direction for the benefit of the constituents. So I assure my colleagues that yes, indeed, God has given us this opportunity. Every generation, according to Frank Fanon, must, out of absolute obscurity, discover their mission. And when they do so, they either fulfill the mission or they betray the mission. This Senate, the 10th Senate, we have discovered our mission, which is a mission to renew hope in Nigeria, a mission to ensure that we revitalize the Nigerian economy, working closely with the executive. We will not betray the people of Nigeria. I will not betray that intention. So, my dear brothers, government is a continuum, and the Senate is no less. We shall therefore further strengthen the legislative space in continuation of the laudable efforts made by the 9th Senate that I've just referred to. Some of the issues that will concern us will be gender matters. We don't have a lot of women in the Senate. I'm not suggesting that you give your spaces to women in the 11th Senate, but we ought to have had more women here. But we have only 3 women in the Senate. So I want to congratulate them and pray that next time we shall have more women, but not my seat, maybe any other person who wishes to have. So we shall pay particular attention to issues relating to persons with disabilities and the vulnerables in our dear society. We will engage in any legislative action that will bring about empowerment and stop our youth from being recruited into banditry and then unknown gunmen, Boko Haram and others. We'll pay attention to insecurity. We'll work closely with the executive to ensure that we can sleep with our 2 eyes closed, and then we can also travel by rail, by road, to any part of the country without fear, let, or hindrance. We will expand legislation to improve the revenue stream in the country. Our current president has a track record in that respect. When he became a governor in Lagos State in 1999, I think Lagos was not getting more than 600 million or thereabouts in a month. But today, with the programs he put in place, they say Lagos is getting between 50 to 61 billion every month as internally generated revenue. Nigeria can do so. We can improve the revenue of this country so that we tackle most of the debts that we have strewn all over the place. The president has already said that Nigeria must produce what it consumes and consume what it produces. And therefore, we will do everything to assist him to make sure that that dream becomes a reality for the prosperity of this great nation. So we must tackle issues that relate to new sources of revenue. We shall have a seriously forward-looking Senate that will emphasize on economic viability, social acceptability, tackle environmental issues, and then bring about sustainable growth. We must therefore, as a body, rise to partner with the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to provide the required legislative framework and legal environment for him to anchor the policies and programs that he espouses for the country. Like he says, elections are over, governance has started, and for the 10th Senate, we are going to hit the ground running, and we'll make sure that our constituents are proud of us every step of the way. So let me say, distinguished senators, our roles as representatives and members of our individual political parties notwithstanding, there is every reason for us to support good policies and programs of the federal government and also look at what the states are doing, because if the states are not doing well, there is no amount of work at the federal level that will have meaning. To the Nigerian people, I say this: your dreams, your aspirations, and your well-being will be at the heart of everything that we do in these chambers. I therefore urge you to continue to pray for us, but remain faithful, because we are steadfast and will remain united as Nigerians to ensure that your welfare is not taken for granted, and particularly the mandate that you have given to us is not abused in any way. Finally, I want to plead with you, distinguished senators, to permit me to offer special commendations to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces for the bold step he has so far taken, particularly in the issue of subsidy. If it requires legislative backing, we shall give. We must begin to produce our own fuel in Nigeria. We must begin to encourage production of diesel and others in this country. And of course, if the stories so far are true, that we used to have 69 million barrels a month, and we are now having about 13 or 15 million barrels, that will show that we were subsidizing all the consumption going on in our neighboring countries, with which we can no longer continue with our very lean resources. So we applaud the federal government for such steps. So I thank you. Distinguished Senator Barrow, on your behalf, I thank my brothers. I won't speak today, maybe another day. Our heart is full of joy. And please send me the addresses of wherever you are doing your receptions. I want to go around one by one to celebrate with you. And I wish your families a blessed journey back home without any incident of accident. Congratulations and welcome to the uncommon 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Right now, may I now invite the Deputy Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Jibril Barrow, who was returned unopposed while I went through a very difficult situation. To now move a motion for the adjournment of today's proceedings. Distinguished Senator Barrow.
Thank you, our uncommon Senate President. I am Barrow Jibrin, I represent Kano North, and I stand to move that this August Senate stand adjourned to tomorrow, the 14th day of June, 2023. I so move.
Any seconder? I recognize the immediate past DG of Stability Group, which is no longer existing. Distinguished Senator, distinguished Senator Ali Ndume, one of the landlords of the Nigerian Senate.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I stand to second the motion ably moved by our uncommon, unopposed Deputy Senate President, Jibrin Barau. I so second.
Distinguished senators of the 10th Senate, the motion for adjournment has been moved and seconded. Those who are in support of the motion say aye, and those who are against it say nay. The ayes have it. This Senate is hereby adjourned till tomorrow, at 10 a.m., 14th day of June at 10 a.m. Thank you.
The time by 11:30. Give me one of you want my own. Which one is your? Where is the third one? The Tony went with it. You know her own. I don't know. Okay, look at her own. You should bring it. Don't worry now. We'll go and collect. We are all going to assembly. Okay. That is all right. How are you? Well done.
Wrong language.
Yes. Our leader. Well done. Well done. Have you off the distance?
Okay, the inauguration of the 10th Senate is concluded, and of course it was the first session because that included the swearing in of the senators-elect. They took their oaths of office. People say, some people backstage were saying that he's not used to it yet, but he will get used to it. Talking about, wielding the gavel there, talking about the new Senate President, Godswill Akpabio is now the Senate President of the 10th Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. His name is Godswill, so perhaps his emergence is also God's will. We will be going now to our correspondent Ignatius Ikwo. IG, if you can hear me, you have been there all morning. Just give us a sense of what is happening there. The Senate President cracked a joke. He said he went through the rigor while his deputy enjoyed a smooth sail. Ignatius, is over to you. Not hearing Ignatius. Ignatius is not quite ready for us, but we'll get back to him once he's ready. I think he wants to get one or two of the senators-elect to come and speak and perhaps share their experiences of their first session there and their inauguration. Ignatius is back. I think he's about getting ready now. So IG, just take it away.
Just adjourned to reconvene tomorrow, Wednesday, the 14th of June, 2023. The President of the 9th Senate has been elected, Senator Godswill Akpabio, who scored 63 votes against 46 by his rival, Senator Abdulaziz Yari, 17 votes difference, while Senator Jibrin Barau, the immediate past chairman of appropriations of the 8th Senate, was emerged deputy president unopposed. Well, the election was quite seamless. In fact, the president just described the process as enthronement of democracy in the 10th Senate. But we have with us here some of the senators who have just been sworn in as well. They want to bear their mind on the electoral process that just took place. We have Senator Ume here. Victor Ume. Sorry, sir. You're okay there. You're okay there. Thank you very much. Can you tell us what was your observation of the electoral process?
Well, the election was conducted in a purely democratic manner. The clerk of the National Assembly performed his duty today, and he was above board. He was very calm and resisted any thing that would have distracted him. And the senators by themselves have chosen the Senate President and the Deputy Senate President. That's what the Constitution provides that we should do. So we have exercised that responsibility, and leadership has emerged for the 10th Senate in the National Assembly.
Well, the President of the 10th Senate has announced that the executive should be rest assured that the 10th Senate would work very effectively to ensure national development. What's your take?
Yeah, that is very heartwarming. The Senate has to work with the executive to serve the Nigerian people. So the promise he has made is in line with the expectations of Nigerians and the expectations of the senators elected with him. So we are looking forward to seeing a healthy relationship between the Senate, the National Assembly, with the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, so that Nigerians will take benefit of this assemblage of men and women with very wonderful experiences to confront the various challenges facing Nigeria. And one thing he has said here that's also very remarkable is that when you cross the door to enter the chamber of the Senate, you remove your garb of your political party. You come here and face issues facing Nigerians, and then contribute to your own quota through debates to be able to solve the myriad of problems facing us.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, we shall succeed by the grace of God.
Yeah, we have a senator, a ranking member anyway, who just came from the House of Representatives, Senator Mohammed Mangono. Thank you for joining us. Now, tell us, at the beginning of this election, you raised some motions. Were those your concerns? Were they addressed eventually?
Well, my concerns were not addressed eventually because the clerk overruled me and went ahead with the nomination and the conduct of the election. Essentially, what I raised was our Constitution is the supreme law of the land. By virtue of Section 60 of the Constitution, the Senate can make rules to regulate itself. And pursuant to that, the Senate rules were enacted. And Order 3, Rule 2, Sub-Rule 1, 2, and 3 is very, very clear and unambiguous as to who is qualified to contest for the office of Senate President. And by virtue of the fact that Senator Yari is not a ranking senator, he's just coming from the House of Rep, he's not qualified to contest for the position of Senate President. That's why I timeously raised that issue, so that whatever we are doing is not going to be an exercise.
Okay, but sorry for cutting short. The candidate you are supporting eventually emerged. Are you happy right now?
I'm very, very happy. And based on his speech, he's ready to carry each and everybody along. He's going to bring more tonic and energy to the renewed hope agenda of the present government by bringing dividends of democracy to the doorstep of the people. And he has assured that he's going to run an open door policy irrespective of political persuasion or regional inclination.
Thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Well, Nigeria now has the 15th president of the Nigerian Senate, former governor of Akwa Ibom State, former minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Goswell Akpabio, Jibrin Barau, former chairman Senate Committee on Appropriations, the deputy Senate president of the 10th Senate, and it's now back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Ignatius Ikwo. We will just move from you to our other colleague, Lami Ali, who is also monitoring proceedings. We'll go to the Green Chamber now. I understand that voting has been concluded. So let's see exactly where they are in the House of Representatives. We're still being joined here by Senator Etainan and Dr. Christopher Ngara of the National Institute of Legislative and Democratic Studies, Abuja. Let's hear where we've gotten to now in terms of the proceedings in the Green Chamber.
So let's get ready for you to come and sit down. We didn't use ballot. This is the results. Can you show them before we?
Voting has been concluded and the tellers have been called to the table to enable the counting and announcement of results. 3 members elect contested for the position of the Speaker, 10th Assembly. They are Tajuddin Abbas from Zaria Federal Constituency in Kaduna State. There's also Ahmed Idris Wase from Plateau State, and then Aminu Jaji from Zamfara. The voting was done using the open ballot system, and any moment now the winner is going to be announced.
Your members elect,
as I said earlier, according to what is provided in the rule books, the winner of the election has to secure
members of the press,
more than 1/2 of the votes. That is
have the results
at least 181 votes to be declared winner as the Speaker, 10th Assembly.
House of Representatives.
The exercise is being presided over by the Deputy Clerk to the National Assembly, Mr. Kamaruddin.
359 absentees. Nil. Member-elect, starting from the runners-up. Members-elect Aminu Jaji, who 3 votes. Member-elect Idris Wase, who 3 votes. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, 353 votes.
Yeah? Sit down.
Members elect, the next stage of the process is the declaration of the winner of the election. But at this point, I want to take my exit because the host of the House, the clerk to the National Assembly, is in-house. So I want to take my leave for him to announce the results. And from this point onward, he will be in charge of the proceedings.
That's it. Members elect, my name is Sani Magaji Tamwal, the clerk to the National Assembly. I have the honor and the privilege to declare the result of the election for the seat of the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. Here is the result. I will now declare the result. Member-elect Tajuddin Abbas, having scored the highest number of votes, is hereby declared the winner and returned elected as the Speaker of the House of Representatives. No, the proposal Yeah. Members-elect are now called the proposer and the seconder to lead the winner to take out of office.
The clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Sani Tambuwal, has declared Tajuddin Abbas from Kaduna State as the Speaker 10th Assembly, having secured the highest number of votes in this contest. He got 353 of the total votes cast, while Ahmed Idris Wase from Plateau State got 3 votes, and Aminu Jaji from Zamfara secured 3 votes.
Na ganin ko mata ki ne wannan mata ki ne ko
Oath of allegiance. I,
Abbas Tajuddin,
do solemnly
but we are different from governors.
that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to the
Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
The Speaker of the House.
That's the President. And that I will preserve.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of Speaker of the House of Representatives. I,
Abbas Tajuddin,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as the Speaker of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability. Faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the law.
And the law.
And the rules of the House.
And the rules of the House.
And always in the interest of the sovereignty.
And always in the interest of the sovereignty.
Integrity. Solidarity. Well-being. And prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And prosperity of the Federal Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That I will strive to preserve
That I will preserve
the fundamental objectives
and
directive principles
of
state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And that I will preserve.
And that I will abide.
And that I will preserve.
That I will preserve.
Protect. And defend. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And I will abide.
And I will abide.
By the Code of Conduct.
By the Code of Conduct.
Contained in the 5th Schedule.
Contained in the 5th Schedule.
Of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
To the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of member of the House of Representatives. I,
Abbas Tajuddin,
do solemnly affirm that I will be faithful, bear true allegiance,
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
That as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions. Honestly. To the best of my ability. Faithfully. In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
In accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
And the law.
And the
rules of the House.
And
always in the interest of the sovereignty.
And always in the interest of the sovereignty,
integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve. The fundamental objectives. And directive principles. Of state policy. Contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve. Protect. And defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide. By the Code of Conduct. Contained in the 5th Schedule. To the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Where is your sign?
I can sign with a blue Bible.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The clerk to the National Assembly, Sani Magaji Tambawa, just administered the oath of allegiance and oath of office on the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas. Tajuddin Abbas represents Zaria Federal Constituency, Kaduna State. He was born in 1963. An educationist and a politician. Tajuddin Abbas holds a bachelor's degree in business administration. He also has a master's degree in business administration. He is also a PhD holder in business management. He started out as a primary school teacher in 1981 and later joined the services of Kaduna State Polytechnic. From there, he went to Kaduna State University as lecturer. He joined politics in 2011, during which he was elected as a member of the House of Representatives. He was re-elected 4 times over by his constituents, and now he has won the position of the Speaker, 10th Assembly.
an over kowa
Deputy Speaker.
eh
Yanzu zai zauna ne kawai an bashi.
to ka bashi wannan
Zan bashi ya zauna. Sai in ya gama za a aje mai kasa.
Okay.
Wannan rawa
na gane
sannan a Deputy Speaker. Sannan sai
yanzu
sannan kai ne za ka sauran ɗin nan mun gama da suka mun gama nan.
Shine nace maganar na speaker da kace zai hand over.
A sai mun gama da speaker an gama na za ka yi accepted
to yanzu idan aka samu unopposed nomination for deputy speaker ba za a yi voting ba ko
ba za a yi voting
to shikenan we need to take photograph.
All right, we now know the destination of the gavel in the 10th Assembly for the House of Representatives, and that is to the member representing Zaria Federal Constituency of Kaduna State, now the Speaker of the House of Representatives for the 10th House of Representatives. We're talking about Right Honorable TJ Abbas, Tajuddin Abbas, having polled 253 votes as against Aminu Jaji with 3 votes and Idris Wase 3 votes. That's quite a statement in terms of where his colleagues put their confidence, Senator.
Yeah, that's quite a vote. And in the House of Representatives, you have the open ballot. And so members couldn't afford to be dissident against what the party had decided, because sometimes it is always very costly in terms of in cost of seeking re-election, or sometimes costly because the presiding officer may often look at where you voted before he takes a decision on where to place you or what assignment to offer you. So I think it was the proposition in the House of Representatives was a lot more straight than it was in the Senate. But the Senate had a secret ballot, and distinguished senators, for their different reasons, exercised their vote the way they wanted. But by grace of God, the former governor of Akwa Ibom State, the former minority leader, the former Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, former presidential aspirants, as it were, has emerged. Godswill Akpabio, CON, has emerged as president of the 10th Senate.
And looking at the House of Representatives, now very shortly, we expect that there will be the process also to nominate the Deputy Speaker. I saw just beside the Senate, the Speaker now, one of the people vying for that position, talking about Honorable Benjamin Kalu from Abia State. Yeah. We expect that process to go on, and I think one of the members elect is standing up now. Let's go back to the House of Reps to see what is happening.
World's Ninth Assembly, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, Right Honorable Speakers past present, the Clerk of the House, distinguished, eminent colleagues. I remain Babajimi Benson. I represent the very good people and gender-friendly people of the Ikorodu Federal Constituency. Honorable colleagues, 5%, 50% of the job is done. Honorable colleagues, I rise today in the spirit of inclusion, in the spirit of marginalization, in the spirit of correcting the marginalization in our polity, in the spirit of renewed hope, in the spirit of inclusion, I rise today to nominate a man who has passed 45 bills in the House of Reps, a legal luminary, a man who has assisted the House as the publicity committee chairman of the House of Reps, a spokesperson par excellence. It is this same House that all members elect today are being sworn in. a man of justice, a man of character, a man of good conscience, a man who at 29 became the local government chairman of Bende local government in Abia State, a man who at 32 years became a commissioner in Abia State, a lawyer par excellence who graduated from the University of Calabar, a man who I asked yesterday that, are you sure you can do this job? A man who then called all his aides and said, the youngest person who is a member of the representative's office is greater than my office. A man who I asked again, are you sure you're ready for this job? He responded and used a phrase called a corporate soul. I said, what does that mean? He said a corporate soul means the office remains, but the officer comes and goes. He said, and he quoted John Wesley, he said that he will do all the good he can to all the people he can, at all the time he can, in all the places he can, to all the members he can, and every inch of the time. He is prepared to complement the good efforts of our Right Honorable Speaker, 10th Assembly, Right Honorable T.J. Abbas, Iya Zauzau. I rise to nominate Benjamin Okeze Kalu as the Deputy Speaker of the 10th National Assembly. I so nominate, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder? I'm by elect.
No.
Go ahead.
Good morning, honorable colleagues. My name is Kafilat Ogbara from the Federal Constituency. I hereby rise to second the nomination of Honorable Benjamin Kalu as the Deputy Speaker for the 10th Assembly. I so second. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, Waziri Bukar Ibrahim, I represent Damaturu, Telmo, and Gujibagulani Federal Constituency of Yobe State. I rise to second the nomination of Honorable Ben Kalu as Deputy Speaker of this Right Honorable House. I so second.
Yeah. Member, order. Members elect, order. I now call Honorable Benjamin Kalu. Benjamin Kanu to state whether he accepts.
Most distinguished Speaker of the 10th Assembly, the Clerk of the National Assembly, the Deputy Clerk of the National Assembly, all former presiding and principal officers of the previous assemblies, my honorable colleagues, member-elects. My name is Benjamin Okezie Kalu. I represent the good people of Nigeria,
starting from Bende, Federal Constituency. Mr. Speaker, honorable colleagues, I'm from Abia State, and I rise to accept the nomination ably presented by Honorable Jimmy Benson and ably seconded by Honorable Khadija. I so accept.
Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? Are there further nominations? In the absence of further nominations, I declare the nomination closed.
Benjamin Okeze Kalu, representing Bende Federal Constituency of Abia State, is now the Deputy Speaker, 10th House of Representatives, having emerged unopposed. Earlier, Tajuddin Abbas won the election after contesting against two other contenders, winning the election with 353 votes to emerge winner of the 10th Assembly race. He represents Zaria Federal Constituency of Kaduna State. The oath of office and allegiance was also administered on him by the clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Sani Tambuwal, and now the Deputy Speaker is also going to be administered the oath of office and allegiance, being supported by the two members-elect that nominated him, Baba Jimmy Benson from Lagos State and Khadija Bukar from Yobe State. Benjamin Kalu is the immediate past spokesman, that is the Chairman, Media and Public Affairs of the 9th House of Representatives, and now on his way to occupy the seat of the Deputy Speaker, 10th House of Representatives.
Oath of allegiance. I,
Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will preserve, protect, defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of a member of the House of Representatives. I,
Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and the law and the rules of the House,
and
always in the interest of sovereignty,
integrity, solidarity,
well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directives principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
So help me God.
Deputy Speaker. Okay, so I'll give you this, but it is same thing.
Okay.
When we come, we mention Deputy Speaker. Oath of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. I,
Benjamin Okezie Carlo,
do solemnly affirm
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
to
the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly to the best of my ability, faithfully in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directives principles of the state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will abide by the code of conduct contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Hey, where is your man?
My name?
Yeah, you mentioned it. Right there, let him sign. 13th day of
350. Don't president.
Sign first descent.
I don't think they will look
Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, signing the documents after taking the oath of allegiance and oath of office. He is a lawyer by training. He has occupied the office of a local government chairman in the past. He was a party chairman in Abia State. He also occupied the office of the Senior Special Assistant to the Governor before becoming member of the House of Representatives. He is currently a member of the National Executive Council of the ruling All Progressives Congress. Himself and the Speaker-elect Tajuddin Abbas were the nominees of the APC for the position of Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives.
No, it's okay. You are the expert.
What else? Picture.
Where will my wife stand?
I appreciate that.
Thank you, congrats. Congrats. Thank you, congrats. Thank you. Muna godiya Allah saka da alheri. We are supposed to take our eggs.
Yes, I'll just make an announcement. Then you now swear in all the members. You are the clerk of the house. You know so. You now be calling all the members step by step. Maybe you give an initial oath of membership.
The 10th National Assembly now have the two presiding officers in place. Talking about Tajuddin Abbas, representing Zaria Federal Constituency, Kaduna State, elected as the Speaker after contesting with two other members-elect, and the Deputy Speaker-elect, Benjamin Okezie Kalu, from Bende Federal Constituency of Abia State, emerging the Deputy Speaker unopposed after being nominated by two of his colleagues, Babajimi Benson and Khadija Bukar.
I was going to your place. Right, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker.
We have some dignitaries here in the chamber, in the Green Chamber, to celebrate with the presiding officers of the 10th Assembly, former and serving governors, Former governor of Kano State is there. Governor of Lagos State, Sanwo-Olu, is also there. Governor of Ekiti is there, having a handshake with the new speaker. The governor of Ogun State. I can also cite the governor of Niger State, who was a member of the 9th Assembly, Mohammed Bago. Is also there to felicitate with fellow members of the 10th National Assembly. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Georgia Kume, is also here. May I also remind you that his wife is also part of this great assembly. She's a member-elect of the 10th House of Representatives. There's also the Deputy Governor of Edo State. They're all there felicitating with the presiding officers of the 10th House of Representatives that have just been sworn in by the clerk to the National Assembly, Magaji Sani Tambo. Up there with the Speaker, 10th Assembly, Tajuddin Abbas, our former speakers of the House of Representatives. Gali Umar Naapa is there. The first and only female speaker of Nigeria's House of Representatives, Patricia Ite, is also there having a handshake. Is the Speaker, 10th Assembly, Yakubu Dukara, the Speaker, 8th Assembly. Chibudo Wuche is next. And other dignitaries that are here to felicitate with the Speaker, former presiding officers of previous House of Representatives, previous assemblies. Clerks of the House of Representatives are also up there with the Speaker-elect, having a handshake with the Speaker, 10th Assembly, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas.
All right, former principal officers of the National Assembly. Nice to see Honorable Right Honorable Patricia Ite there, Yakubu Dogara, and several other people who have, sat on that seat before the current speaker, who is Tajuddin Abbas, representing Zaria Federal Constituency. Now there's a speaker who is seated, in the gallery there, not in the gallery, on the floor there of the House, talking about Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, is there, but is taking his seat as a member. Of course, he's been announced as the Chief of Staff to the President, but can you tell us the process? Is coming in to be sworn in also as a member-elect now to be a member, and then what happens after that, especially with another assignment in hand?
Yeah, he was elected in 2003, 2007, 2011, 2015, 2019. That is 5th time. This is his 6th election in 2023 to be sworn in. He will be sworn in for the purpose of his record that he was a member of the House of Representatives. But when he takes a new assignment as Chief of Staff to the President, he will have to resign because he cannot hold 2 positions. But it is safer and better for him to stand sworn in, because he will be a member, because he can change his mind even in the course of it. Even this night he can change his mind. But if he is not sworn in, then if he changes his mind, he can't come back to the floor, because he's not a member unless. But let me congratulate him. He's got a good record and he's been consistently in AD, ACN, and in loyalty to the Tinubu political camp, to the President Tinubu political camp, and that has earned him this elevation. And of course, don't forget that he was supported for the 7th Senate or so, for the 8th Senate, and then in the 9th Senate he was able to make it. So he's had a good and viable record of legislative achievement. He's a lawyer, and he's done very, very well. Today, he is sitting as a member because he cannot. His tenure finished some days ago, and the House was dissolved. So he's now coming in as an ordinary member. But I pray that I know that he will be sworn in now, and then he can, if he takes his oath tomorrow, or assumes duty tomorrow as Chief of Staff to the President, his job automatically ends and he will have to resign. But even if he doesn't resign, he cannot hold the 2. He is deemed to have vacated the seat, and the seat will now be declared vacant, and INEC will now conduct election to fill that vacant seat.
All right, Doctor, we are seeing the process. Very shortly, the Speaker will address the House, perhaps just like we saw in the Senate, when members will take, the oath of office and allegiance to the nation as well. You're seeing what is transpiring now very shortly. What are your comments at this point? It seems to me as if even the House of Representatives, in spite of their bigger numbers, have been quicker to get to this point.
Yeah, I think the President, who is the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, that is President Bolaji Ahmed Tinubu. For me, I think he's a master strategy. He's the Machiavelli of our own time. You can see how he's been able to, his scripts have played out. For me, it is heartwarming listening to the speech of the President of the Senate, who said that he's going to cooperate with the executive, but will ensure that the the Senate maintain its independence, and it's going to carry all members along, which means that there's going to be, there may be stability in the polity. He also talked about effective oversight, which also means that there may be, prudence in government, as well as cutting down on corruption. He also talked about lawmaking, effective lawmaking, which means that, and one important thing that struck me very, very hard is the fact that he said that it's going to be all about Nigerian people. It's going to be, the laws are going to be in such a way that it is going to have impact on the lives of people positively. Now, he also talked about the women, how their number has dwindled in the National Assembly. And he also talked about the persons with disability. He talked about the youth, I think it's heartwarming for me, because I see that, and then looking at the antecedents of the governor, of the president of the Senate himself, he did well in his state. The president also did well.
Just as we were talking, Femi Gbajabiamila just came in there. Let's take in the ambience very quickly before we come back to your comments.
So, colleagues, we thank God for a peaceful, rancor-free process. On behalf of members of the House of the 9th Assembly and I believe the 10th Assembly, I congratulate you on your election as the Speaker of the 10th Assembly. I wish you well. It's not an easy feat, but from what I know, you will do a good job. These are your members, we are your members, and I congratulate you, and on behalf of them, I hand over my handover notes as the Speaker of the 9th Assembly. This will be a guide to you, and I hope you continue from where I left. Congratulations, and God bless you. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
The immediate past Speaker of the 9th House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, just submitted the handover notes to the new Speaker, 10th Assembly, Tajuddin Abbas. Now, this is the first time that such exercise is being conducted, a proper handover to enable the new Speaker continue from where the last Speaker concluded his national assignments.
Order, honorable colleagues. I will now invite the clerk to administer the oaths of allegiance and membership as prescribed by the law. Clerk, over to you.
Members-elect, we were originally supposed to proceed on zonal basis, but as the Speaker directed, all members should stand up.
Point of order, we have not gotten forms up here.
Raise your hands.
We do not have forms up here.
If you don't have the card, you raise your hands, please.
We don't have.
It will be issued later.
No, we don't have. No. We don't have.
Repeat after me. I.
As you don't see how disorganized these people.
Do solemnly swear. Affirm. Of Nigeria, that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God. Oath of a member of House of Representatives. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, that as a member of the House of Representatives, I will perform my functions honestly, to the best of my ability, faithfully, in accordance with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the law, and the rules of the House, and always in the interest of the sovereignty, integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That I will strive to preserve the fundamental objectives and directive principles of state policy contained in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And that I will abide by the Code of Conduct contained in the 5th Schedule to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
Happy about that. Congratulations, everybody.
Honorable members of the 10th House of Representatives, having a handshake with the new Speaker, 10th Assembly, Tajuddin Abbas, after taking the oath of allegiance and oath of office administered by the Clerk of Representatives, and the exercise being presided over by the Speaker. The Deputy Speaker-elect, who emerged unopposed, is Benjamin Okezie Kalu. Tajuddin Abbas is from Zaria. He is the Ian Zazzau, a traditional title of the Zazzau Emirate in Kaduna State. He's an educationist and a politician. He holds a bachelor's degree and master's degree in business administration, and also holds a PhD in business management. A teacher turned politician. Became the member House of Representatives first in 2011 and re-elected in 2015, 2019 and 2023 by his constituents in Zaria Federal Constituency, Kaduna State, Northwest Nigeria. Born in 1963, while the Deputy Speaker from Bende Federal Constituency, Abia State, is a lawyer by profession. He's held several political offices. He was a local government chairman. He was a state party chairman, was a senior special assistant to the governor. He's currently a member of the National Executive Council of the ruling APC. Both the Speaker and Deputy Speaker were nominated by the party for the position of Speaker and Deputy Speaker, 10th House of Representatives.
No voice. You don't know that. No, are you not listening? It's with me. It's in my bag. See, it's in my bag. You have to get it here. Don't worry. You're recording nothing. You have to stop it. You have to stop it. If you are not doing anything, you stop the stop. When they start doing something, then you stop. And you adjust the time now. So, okay, now what if she record empty 10 minutes? What is the essence? Not to post it now. You are recording nothing. You used to post. It happened to me like 3 times. It happened to me 3 times.
It's you people that are good for us. Because this thing, it will tamper with this thing. There's how you see, if like that, you don't record anything. There's when she will use it. When she wants to, she will always don't put for a minute yet. Not put time on to Go there actually and sit down. Go have our chair there. That place, go and remove it.
Any member before he pass this place, he go.
That wood seat.
And if you get mad, I will put my leg like this.
Yes, yes. We are the one that. Yes. Remove it.
All right, the members having been duly sworn in, done creatively by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, directing the clerk to the National Assembly, doing the swearing in just simultaneously, because perhaps the number of members elect and now members who were given that, administered with that oath of office and the oath of allegiance to the nation as well. While we went back, before we went back, you were making your points in terms of what you are expecting in terms of cohesion, in terms of understanding in the legislature executive relationship for national development.
Yeah, I expect that there will be a lot of cohesion. If you see the voting pattern in the House of Reps, you can see that the voting was almost unanimous for Abbas, and you saw how the Deputy Speaker emerged as well. In the case of the Senate, even though there was some, the voting, it was 63-46, in favor of the Senate President, Senator Akpabio. You saw how the Deputy Senate President also emerged. So if the President keeps to his promise, as he has contained in his speech, which he said that he's going to operate an open door policy, I expect to see that a Senate that is stable, and even the House of Reps that is stable. And I think that would go a long way in, enhancing the governance process. Because if it is, if they are able to keep to their promise of stabilizing the House, and of course, like he said, the Senate President in his speech, he said he's going to ensure that he cooperates with the executive, but he's going to also ensure that the National Assembly maintain its independence. I think that, for me, that is very, very good. So that it's going to be a departure from, the past, in where, the executive influenced the leadership of the National Assembly, and the National Assembly just, do the bidding of the executive. I see a very great departure. We have also seen, we know the antecedents of the President of the Senate when he was a governor in his state. He is a performing person. The President himself, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is also a performing person. So I really see that I'm very, very hopeful and optimistic that the Nigeria that we are going to see that is in the near future is going to be a radical departure from what we see in the past.
You have seen the gamut of everything, from the State House of Assembly to the House of Representatives to the Senate, and also as liaison officer between the executive and the legislature, especially in terms of Senate matters. What are your expectations from the crop of senators we've seen today and the entire House and National Assembly, looking at what you've seen play out today? What are your expectations for the future?
Well, let me first of all use the opportunity, and I pray that NTA does not extend to me a bill after this. I want to congratulate all Malabites. And those we call Malabites are graduates of the University of Calabar. I'm a graduate of a proud graduate of the University of Calabar, and a graduate of the product of the law faculty. 2 of the 4 presiding officers today are graduates of the University of Calabar, Malabites. And they are product of the Faculty of Law. I'm a product of the Faculty of Law of the University of Calabar. So the Senate President Senator Godswill Oborokpabio is a graduate of law from the University of Calabar, and the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Kalu Ben, is also a graduate and product of the Law Faculty of the University of Calabar. Again, congratulations to the Nigerian Bar, because you have produced two of your men, two lawyers, to be presiding officers. Thank you. Going to the my expectation, I had several reservations about the quality of bills that came out of the National Assembly. I had several reservations. The President of the Senate, as it were, wasn't a lawyer, but the Speaker of the House of Representatives was a lawyer, as it were, Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila. But there were great concern about the quality of bill. In fact, I wouldn't bring it up to the point of discussion a lot, but I have a social media post circulating very violently that there is a bill in concerning the one of the parastatals under the Ministry of Finance. I won't be specific about it, that the bill as passed is not the same bill as assented to, and that there were fundamental differences between the bill as passed and the one assented to. So I'm just bringing, I won't be specific about the agency. Is a parastatal under the Ministry of Finance, and in the finance sector is about one of the financial regulating institutions. Those who are familiar with it will know. I expect that the quality of bills that comes out of the legislature will be representative of the caliber of men that are in the legislature. There will be a lot of attention to bills. They will not bring motions that are not irrelevant. I expect them to, the legislature now, to take account of the economy. Of all the beautiful things that the Senate President said, even if they're off course, the greatest of what I take on my part is that Nigeria should start refining its own petroleum product. That is what I took from him in the but and you know, for a long time I've been advocate of this, that we should mainstream our own artisanal and domestic refinery institutions into our refining system, so that we eliminate all the cost of shipping and all those other elements. So coming from the Senate and coming from the President of Senate, I've worked with him on this when I was advisor on Niger Delta Affairs, and he was Minister of Niger Delta Affairs. I've always had this view that we should mainstream. So that is what I expect of him. In terms of relationship and executive with the legislature, they are not, of the executive and the legislature, they are definitely not likely to have problems. And that problem is not going to arise if the Senate President and the Speaker take both sides that voted for or against, or that campaigned for or against, as if they were all voting for him, and treat them equally, and treat them as first among equals. But the first is the highest thing they have to do is to concentrate on three things. One, economy. Number two, economy. Number three, economy. I'm not downplaying security, which is the next other matter. But if you get the economy right, you will have even the funds to address security. If you get the economy right, you will be able to, even all the incidences and events that causes insecurity, you will, the persons who are hands in the insecurity will be integrated, and they will be satisfied, and you will be able to manage and address the security. So the legislature has to be very active on this. And in being very active on this, one of the best things, or first thing they have to address is the debt profile. The debt profile. What caused the debt? How did we approve the debt? Are the things that we collected debt, we obtained loans rather, to do, are they paying back the loan? This is what they have to address. And the center of this economy is the petroleum product area. Finally, how are you going to address the economy in the petroleum product area? It is one, engage the local refiners. Two, cause the Federal University of Petroleum Resources, EFORUM, and the worry the petroleum training institutes, and all the faculties of engineering and petroleum in the different universities to come together and bring in the product of their research to fabricate and have local refining processes. Get the state government to come in and have refining parks. Let them all be involved so that we can refine our petroleum products. It is possible to return prices of petroleum products to about 185, 200 per liter when you eliminate the cost of shipping, the cost of all those transportations. And of course, finally, the workers in the petroleum sector, the NNPC, must have sympathy on Nigerians, should have sympathy on Nigerians, because the cost of production, which is part of the cost that is spent on the workers of the petroleum sector, should be reduced so that they don't, for their earnings, inflict so much pain on Nigerians and look for us to crack our brain how to manage the economy.
All right. The first thing we got from that, of course, is your kudos to people from your alma mater.
Yes, from the University of Calabar, Malabites.
Talking about University of Calabar being people of caliber, but
yes.
My director of marketing is already bringing the bill for that one.
I think before he arrives, the program would be over.
But moving forward, we are seeing, things play out, here already, and some form of conviviality, some hands of friendship and all that, even from the opposition,
yeah.
which combined is more
yeah.
in the Green Chamber.
Yeah.
Some, were seeing not a rancorous session, as some would expect in terms of the fact that the numbers do not favor the ruling party if the opposition were to, perhaps team up against them. Is that a good sign as we move forward?
Well, I think it will bring stability, in the interim, But then I think what I foresee is that opposition may go into extinction, from the footage I've seen, from the kind of support, the leadership, the present leadership has received, And I think this is a time that opposition need to guard their own position jealously, to the extent that they will be able to play the role that is expected of them. Because if they go, and give a blind support, and then without question or raising questions about policies and policy processes, in the assembly, it will give room for, the extinction of opposition, and that may not augur well for our own democracy.
Honorable Enan, sorry, Senator Enan, well, are you towing the same line, or you feel that does this initial coalition mean anything?
Well, I expect, as a member of the APC, I want the opposition party to cooperate with us. But may there never come a day when there is no opposition to the programs of the ruling party. Not opposition for the sake of it, but opposition for the purpose of providing the other side of it. I chaired the Rules and Business Committee when Femi Gbajabiamila was the minority leader. And he used to give us real headache. He acted the role of opposition. He played, and for every matter that is brought, no matter the intent, no matter how good the intent, he will find a way and bring out something that is different. So he will give us time and the opportunity to go and think back before we bring any other such matter. So it is the opposition that gives verve, life, and leads to the success of the ruling party. If there is no opposition, the ruling party will think that it is doing so well, up to the point that the public will rise against it, because the opposition on the floor is no more rising against what is on. And then you will not be able to know when the public outside are opposing what you're doing or not happy. And then you get a situation where you will only feel the effect of that when you go for the next election.
All right, let's quickly go back to the floor of the House as they are nearing conclusion. I can see Tofa right there, Rabiu Tofa right there. Can you tell us what is happening there, and tell us about your interviews there?
where Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Kalu emerged as the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. And we are here with a member representing Rano Federal Constituency, Kabiru Al-Hassarurum, to shed more light on the process being taken, in the election, which this is the first time the open ballots, being conducted, to choose the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, as it may be. So let's hear from the Honorable Al-Hassarurum, member representing Rano. Honorable, the election, this is the first time that open ballot.
Yes, it happened because of the change of rule of the House. In every situation there is a change. So the change of our rule make it mandatory for us to have an open, secret ballot system of election. And Alhamdulillah, as you can see, everybody is happy with the way the election has been done. Even those who contested against the winner, nobody complained because of the process, because of the free, fair, and credible election that we witnessed today. So at least we are all happy that the open, secret ballot system of the election, we appreciate it, and we appreciate the turnout of the members, 360 over 360. Everybody attended and everybody voted openly. Even those that lost, they know they lost gallantly, so nobody will claim that there is a maneuver in what happened today. So I congratulate the entire 10th Assembly. I even congratulated the nation because it is a pride, that is the democracy in action.
Okay, now the 10th Assembly is now on, the move. Tell us your expectation, despite the fact that last assembly, during the election, there, be some hiccups. And now that it's an open ballot, and there's still, you've conducted yourself very well. Tell us your expectation now.
Yes, my expectation for the leadership to work with the fear of God. Let them unite the entire members of the assembly, no matter the party differences, no matter the religious differences that we came from, different zone of the country. And I believe the leadership under Dr. Tajuddin Abbas and Ben Ozikalu are going to do their best to ensure the progress and unity of purpose in the House. And I am expecting a vibrant loss and the program from the entire members of the 10th Assembly. And I believe we are going to cooperate with the executive arm of government and the judiciary to ensure Nigerian people benefited from the democracy that we find ourselves.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's have another member here. Could you please tell us your name and where
My name is Right Honorable Inua Garba, member representing Yamatu Deva Federal Constituency from Gombe State.
Well, you've seen the process, and election has been done. Abbas Tajuddin and Kalu, emerged Speaker and Deputy Speaker. Tell us your take.
Well, that is very, very interesting because it is done in such a manner that is free, fair, and credible. We voted openly, and the voting will bring harmony between and among honorable members because there is no any ill will and misunderstanding. And we all believe power belongs to God, and He gives power to whom He so wishes. Right Honorable Tajuddin, we voted for him because we believe he can bring the House together, and he will work harmoniously with all the political parties and all the people from other regions, so that the House will be productive enough to be able to translate or formulate laws that will help the government to execute for the benefit of Nigerians.
Well, now, what are your expectations? What do you expect from this 10th Assembly?
10th Assembly is a unique assembly. You can see the turnout. The new members elect before they are sworn into office are more than 70%, almost 80-something% new members. Not only that, looking at the various political parties, the minority parties form a reasonable number that they have a say in the House. And again, the leadership we have, Tajuddin, from far you can see him as somebody that is shy, and when you come close, you know that he's very intelligent. And Benjamin Kalu, who is his deputy, is very smart. Putting the two together with the caliber of the people we have in 10th Assembly, Nigerians should be rest assured. This time around, it will not be business as usual. Yeah. We are going to be up and doing the right thing that will be to the benefit of Nigeria and Nigerians, inshallah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Member, you are part of the 10th Assembly now, and you've been in the 9th, in the previous Assembly, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 9. 10. Tell us your experience, with regards to the previous election and this one that you witnessed.
Election. Thank you very much. This election, I must say, in my constituency was a free and fair election. And I'm very grateful to my constituency of Langton North and South that I've been voted for the 5th time. I believe in Nigeria, there are only 2 women that have been voted 5 times to return to the Assembly, myself and Honorable Khadija Abubakar Ibrahim. The difference is that the few women that are there are resolute. We are resolute that we will not only contribute our quota, speak up, be a voice for women, be a voice for young people, and then ensure that as legislators we carry out our mandate of ensuring that the Constitution of Nigeria is protected, preserved, and implemented. Also to ensure that some laws, relevant laws, are changed and the laws of Nigeria are complied with. So we must work as legislators.
All right, there is one bill that is still hanging. That's the gender equality bill. As a member, what are you going to do in order to push this bill to be a reality?
Well, the first thing is, as women, we need to have our men rally around this bill. The bill hasn't succeeded because our men haven't bought into the bill. Women, until our men listen to us and give us the benefit of the doubt, that as is done in other countries, Rwanda, Southern Africa, even our neighboring countries, women have achieved at least 20% representation. Nigerian women are now at 7 to 8, less than 10% representation. Unless there's a deliberate attempt to change our electoral act, constitution, to amend it, to increase the involvement of women, women will always be left behind in the activities of governance. And this is a major setback for the country. I think where you see countries where women are involved in challenges of insecurity, challenges of healthcare, challenges of whatever it is, women are better able to handle these challenges. So I'm hoping that in this legislature, with the kind of speaker we have, and with our former speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, who has been so supportive, being in the villa, he too will talk to the President Tinubu to ensure that there's more inclusion for women in the government.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's have you. Tell us your name and where you are representing.
Dabo Ismail Haruna, Talban Toro, member representing Toro Federal Constituency of Bauchi State.
Okay, you're a new member of the 10th House of Assembly. You're a new member?
Yes.
All right, tell us your experience, so far with the, open ballot election that just took place here in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, it was a wonderful process. Democracy comes in different phases. In this phase 5, we have options, either secret or open ballot or electronic. So we have gone with the open ballot. And it's seamless, rancor-free, and everybody is happy the winner emerged.
And this is, is quite different from what has transpired in the Senate, election. Do you think that, I did think that you do a secret ballot? What do you think, would be?
This is 2 different chambers. We are independent of each other. The Senate is independent. They have their own procedures. We have our own procedures. So this is what we choose. and it's wonderful, and everybody is happy as I.
So you're all satisfied with the...
Yeah, very, very satisfied.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
So much. All right, let's have another member. Sorry, yes, sir. Sir, it seems that you're quite, happy
excited.
With the process so far.
Yeah.
Tell us, your experience. With
My experience is an excellent experience. This is the second time I'm becoming a member. The other one was in the State Assembly. I just reflected what happened in 2003. That is 20 years ago, while I was a member elected in Bauchi State House of Assembly. So the same scenario, the same kind of excitement, the same kind of election held in that time, and it repeated itself this time around. We elected somebody we feel that can carry members along. That's why generality of people voted for him. And we members who are a new vision assembly, members of the first timers, almost about 230, we are very energetic. We are going to change the dynamics of the Nigerian politics because our interest is Nigeria first. The laws we are going to make is for the betterment of Nigeria. If you look at the insecurity in this country, look at the restiveness, look at the dropouts of out-of-school children, so many problems of Nigeria. The unemployment rate, the inflation, so we are going to look at the problems and tackle them appropriately.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's have Ango Abdullahi. Ango, the election has been conducted, and Tajuddin Abbas and Kalu, emerged speaker and deputy speaker. Yes. Do you think that the open ballot, election is fair, and free as conducted?
Okay. My name is Honorable Sadiq Ango Abdullahi, representing Sabangari Federal Constituency of Kaduna State. And to answer your question, I think it is a new system that was adopted, and I think it's a system that can be encouraged because it brings up more about transparency and credibility of the process.
So you are also satisfied with the election?
Of course, I am satisfied with the election.
As a new member, what is your expectation so far?
My expectation is the 10th Assembly to be better than the 9th Assembly. Our democracy is growing, and we keep seeing progresses, and to God willing, we would make more progress, and Nigerians at the end will be the benefactors of this progress.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, let's have Madam Regina Akume.
Yes.
Madam, you are thanks for joining us. You've also elected the member.
Yes.
Speaker and also the speaker. As a member of this, house, tell us your experience and what do you expect from the leadership of this 10th Assembly?
I expect the best because we have started on a very good footing. The members obeyed what the party wanted. The supremacy of party is there. And I think being obedient members, we will see a lot, going between the government of President and us. And so I see us really doing well from that perspective.
Yeah. So you hope to see, the executive-legislative relations
working harmoniously. And I think that's the good thing that has just started. I'm very, very happy.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless you.
Member?
Thank you. My name is Basi Akbar. From today, I'll be speaking for the people of Calabar Municipality, Odukman Federal Constituency in Cross River. I am of the obedient family.
Hey. So you are a new member or a returning member?
Yes, I'm a new member.
You've seen the processes so far,
very fantastic.
Tell us
very fantastic. Very smooth, rancor-free. I think Nigerians will be happy with what has happened here, because I think they were thinking, otherwise. But from what has happened here, it shows that the 10th Assembly is going to be unique in those lines of responsibility, of lawmaking, of representations and oversight on those laws. I think it's going to be very unique because you could see a lot of cooperation, a lot of unities and all of that. I think we are going to bring out the best for this country, come this time around. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Another member here?
Yes.
Tell us your name and where you are representing.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Dr. Midala Usman Balami, member representing Askira Uba, Howell Federal Constituency in Borno State.
And you're a new member or a non-member?
Yes, I'm a new member.
Some of you, have, witnessed this kind of election, in the past. Do you think this, is a welcome development?
Yeah, I think it's a welcome development. As you've seen what have transpired here, in democracy you have context, you have consensus. And what really happened here today in our inauguration, the inauguration of the 10th Assembly, it involved a lot of lobbying, a lot of advocacy, a lot of navigations. People come together, we disagree on the leadership, we agree, but for the interest of Nigeria, we have to all come together and have a rancor-free inaugurations. And as you can see, people are ready to synergize because we are looking at the bigger picture of problems that are affecting Nigeria. For example, for me, coming from Askira Uba, Howell Federal Constituency, my first concern is the high level of unemployed youth in my constituency. And if you are conversant with the situation, you will know that Borno State have suffered a lot in terms of humanitarian crisis, and we are presently undergoing recovery and rehabilitation, and my people deserve that attention. And that is exactly what preoccupies my mind. I project their needs and the need for the federal government to have attention to look at Askira Uba, Howell Federal Constituency, and give them attention. We need to rehabilitate the community, we need to resettle our people, recover and stabilize them. So that, because if you look across all Nigerians, you see the economic meltdown and a lot of things are happening. And that is this need for us to put our hands together to see how we can rebuild Nigeria and make Nigeria work better. I want to tell you that the 10th Assembly is ready to work in collaboration with the executive and the judiciary to make Nigeria work again. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Remember your name and where are you representing?
My name is Honorable Jeremiah Omoru, ACA, member, House of Reps for Akwanga, Wamba, Nasarawa Federal Constituency. I'm from Nasarawa State.
It seems that you're a new member here.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Tell us your experience, with regards to the, the election that
So God be the glory, the election was done successfully. It was a rancor-free. The support was overwhelming. The candidate emerged, and you could see that from what happened, you could see that the whole members supported the candidature of Honorable Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Kalu as Speaker and Deputy Speaker, respectively.
And since a new member, do you have any agenda that you are here for?
Of course, as a young person, I am going to pursue the youth agenda here. The youth agenda I'm going to pursue. The young people supported us massively, and therefore we must represent them very well at the 10th Assembly. So any bill, any law that has to do with the young people, I'm going to put my best to see that young people get what they want.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let's take the last person here, Honorable.
Yeah, Honorable Francis Ejirogane Waive.
Yeah.
And I represent the entire people of Ugele North, Ugele South, and Udu. I'm from Delta State.
Yeah, and
at least go out, go. Let's go ahead. See your facility.
Let's go with you.
Babuji.
Speaker and the members of the House of Representatives, of course, getting reacquainted, some having a handshake with the Speaker now, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas, Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. And just while we were doing that, one of our guests came in, and that's Barrister Adamu Mohammed. is the former majority leader of the Kogi State House of Assembly. Thank you for joining us.
It's a pleasure being here. And it's a privilege to intercourse with this expert and experienced hands here.
All right, we're seeing the beginning of, another era, and the 10th Assembly has been inaugurated, the Senate earlier, and now the House of Representatives. What are your thoughts at this time in terms of your expectations and the kind of relationship you want them to have with other arms of government?
I wasn't surprised seeing the pattern of voting in the Senate. I expected that. In the House of Representatives, I was very, very surprised. But on the very positive side, House of Representatives has been an active and the kind of, they have a revolutionary inclined ways of doing things. But the way they came out today, I was impressed. Let's hope that they carry this to the end and on the side of the people. The essence of the legislature in governance is, I feel as a person that legislature is the conscience of the people, is the pulse of the people. In doing their politics today, I know that they didn't sleep in the last few nights, politicking up and down, intrigues here and there. In their unanimity of purpose, they should extend it to defending the position of the masses in this country. I have observed that there is a gulf between the people and the government. The level of poverty is very, very high. If they can take this to the end, work together with other arms of government in defense of the people, Nigeria will be very blessed for that. When I saw my colleague here, I thought that there is no need for me to be here. I have been intercoursing online with some of them. They are experts. Whatever they say on this subject is an authority. And I can even quote them wherever I discuss issue of legislation in Nigeria or elsewhere.
But, this will also be done in different states across the country as the days continue to unfold across the country. But we've had some unfortunate, relationships between arms of government leading to some, retardation in terms of development projects, in terms of direction of state and all that. We've even had situations where a chunk of House of Assembly members at the state level were not inaugurated for the entire duration of their tenures as the mandate given to them by their people. But moving forward, what can we learn from all these processes? How can it, begin to strengthen our democracy with all, looking at, robust relationships beyond, good handshakes, constructive engagement to make sure that the people enjoy the very best. I need you to answer to that because, you just joined us then before I engage, the people on the top level.
I agree with you completely. If you go to the state level, it's another ball game entirely. The state houses of assembly have not developed to the level of the National Assembly. I was a participant. I was in the state assembly for 8 years. And after I left the assembly, I've been watching, and it is disappointment, bundle of disappointment. The Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has given enough provision for the relationship between the arms of government, the responsibilities of the arms of government. But if you go to some state assembly, you'll be very surprised that they are not observing the spirit and the letters of the Constitution. The problem largely is the way and manner the executive governors have positioned themselves, not as democratically elected governor. Some of them see themselves as emperor, and that is very dangerous for our democracy. If the legislature properly and appropriately carry out their responsibility, the issue of corruption, the issue of underdevelopment, the issue of hunger, the issue of poverty we are crying for today will be highly eliminated. But unfortunately, it is not like that. I think some of the elected governors in this federation should be educated that power is not absolute. Power is not absolute, and it is power that can check powers. The state assembly, the legislature in the state have their powers. The governor has his own. and the judiciary has its own. We should be minded of that fact, so that the legislative arm of government at the state level should be allowed, if they don't know, they should be educated. We have fantastic hand. They should be educated to know their powers and their limitations. This issue of checks and balances is instituted to check the excesses of other arms of government, but it's like they are not schooled on that particular area. The issue of investigation, the issue of monitoring the project, as the power of the purse, they don't exercise that power. And as long as we continue on that track, development will lack. Some governor will behave like they are the governor, they are the legislature, they are the executive. And that is happening. I am not surprised, because I had that experience in my years in the state legislature.
All right, let's come back to Central. You know, there are some things that would, one would naturally expect from a robust, legislative house, and that is engagement with the constituents, especially. Yeah. In your experience, is it something that you and your colleagues did regularly, especially constituency offices, not just to have an address, but perhaps to come back home and get briefs from your people as to where to stand on issues concerning them?
Thank you very much. I will answer that, but let me show appreciation to my colleague for the compliments he's extended to us on our experience and our production for us. Let me thank him. And let me also just say a few things about what he has said about the State Houses of Assembly. I think it is that frustration of the Constitution. The Constitution was frustrated by the actions of the governors, that the Fifth Amendment addressed some of the excesses of the governors. Part of the thing that was addressed was, one, the fact of their financing, that they will have to set up a committee that will share the money of the money that comes into the treasury of the state between the judiciary, executive, and legislature. And so the legislature will take its own and go away. So there is, and manage it according to its budget. And so there is no more the challenge that if you don't behave the way I want, I would withhold your fund. But I know the governors will always find a way to hold them. The other one that is more important is that the Constitution had also amended the quorum for the inauguration of the House. In the Senate and House of Representatives, it says 2/3 National Assembly. In the same way, the Constitution amended the quorum for the inauguration of the House of Assembly as 2/3 of the members. Now, I want us to ask, in the case of Nasarawa State that I just asked, that have just been inaugurated, in the way they are, was there 2/3 of the members of the House of Assembly before the governor inaugurated them? Go to Edo State. Have they had that? If they haven't had, that means they don't have the House of Assembly. And so this is a constitutional question that the people of Nasarawa State and His Excellency, my friend, Governor Sule, will have to address. Because if they haven't had a proper House of Assembly inaugurated and having a quorum according to the Constitution, then whatever he submits to them to approve is a nullity until the House of Assembly comes together, gets inaugurated according to the Constitution at the venue allowed. And again, there is some other I raised in another forum this morning that, for instance, Akwa Ibom State, the Constitution provides that there shall be a clerk of the House of Assembly, and that clerk has to be appointed by the House of Assembly Service Commission. In Akwa Ibom State, after the Constitution was promulgated, was assented to and it came into effect, the immediate past governor, Governor Udom Emmanuel, as he then was, appointed a clerk from the civil service to the State House of Assembly. And so, right now, under the law, the House of Assembly of Akwa Ibom State does not have a clerk, because that person appointed, sworn in by an illegal authority, appointed by an illegal authority, sidelining a legal authority, that whatever is done has legal questions, because it is the clerk properly appointed by a proper person that is supposed to inaugurate the house. If the foundation is wrong, everything is false. Everything is a nullity. I go to the question as to constituency relations. We had this issue about a moment ago, I mean in our time in the House of Representatives, and when the question of constituency project was introduced, constituency offices, constituency and staffing, there were lapses. And so the process was strengthened. In fact, the establishment by the presidency of the office of the Ministry of Special Duties, which was immediately headed by Senator Akume, the now Secretary to Government of the Federation, was intended to manage and oversee the implementation of constituency projects. Now, the Office of Auditor General of the Federation also oversee the members' constituency offices. The auditors and staffers of the National Assembly will come periodically to your constituency offices in your constituency. Look at the items that you have in your constituency offices. Look at the staff that you had in your constituency offices. Look at take the inventory. And of course, they will also, for the purpose of evaluating you, also ensure that at least you maintain constant relationship with your constituents. But that one, whether you maintain or not, the effect will show when you are going back for the elections, for another election. So you don't have an option. You have to maintain good relationship. And there is what is provided called constituency project. I've said it 100 times, and many people who've come there from outside have seen that money is not given to the legislator himself. It is put in the budget and awarded by the executive for it to be executed within the constituency. But you must find a way that the persons who are executing it will always engage with your constituents in doing it. In carrying out your constituency relations, first, you have to ensure that you run around the different ministries and parastatals to ensure that you get employment for your people. That is part of constituency relations. If you are chairman of a committee, if you look, I hate to be specific. I hope I'll be able to mind myself, but I'll be able to mind it.
Go ahead, mind it.
I'll mind myself.
All right.
I'll mind my words. If you see chairman of committees on finance or certain financial related bodies, when such institutions are recruiting, they have certain quota they take. They will take from the principal officers, they will take from the presiding officers, they will take from the some members who are close, they will take one from their members of the committee and submit for recruitment into most of those parastatals under your legislative oversight. So you can't just come and say, I have brought project, I came here to speak grammar. You have to go extra length to make sure that your people are employed. I did that as much. And I even went out of my one, by God's grace, as chairman of rules and business, I was like chairman of chairmen. So I had a lot of patronages from most chairmen of committees in helping me to get people into different offices in the federal services. So you have to go extra length. I'm saying this for the benefit of members who are just coming new, particularly in the Senate and the House of Representatives, that these are the privileges. You don't have to sit, because you will answer these questions immediately after 2 years when you begin to want to campaign for a second term to come back. But maintain a constituency relations, attend weddings, attend events. Don't think that anybody of your constituents or something is too small and that is only a big man. Those are the small ones that will stand by you and stand for you. Those are the ones that will fight in the different polling units. Those are the people that will be the different canvassers, while those who are always in your house with a Range Rover may be sitting in their houses monitoring the voting on the phone, and they'll be the first to announce to you that we have delivered. But those persons that you touch in the different polling units, in the different villages, in the different constituencies, the different party members, they will be your resource when you are going for nomination of your party. So work across party, work within the party, but work across party. I say across party because sometimes you may be in this party, but your party may have an arrangement where they merge or have a relation with the other party, and your nomination will depend on inter-party management.
All right, Doctor, your senator has given us an insight to how he managed his own tenure, because I saw a lot of names from Akwa Ibom in some areas, but perhaps it was from its list. But let's move quickly to expectations. In this 10th House of Assembly, we saw one of them coming in talking about the freshers, the new members coming in and saying that they have an overwhelming number and they have a lot of things to do in the new assembly. But they still need to be guided, don't they?
Sure, they need to be guided. A while ago, we talked about high turnover. High turnover has its own disadvantage. Again, when you have a high turnover, it also has its own advantage. The advantage is that people with new ideas will come in. And sometimes when you have people who have stayed in assembly for a very long time, it leads to redundancy. People who have stayed in assembly for a long time get relaxed, and then you don't see the vibe. But when you have new people coming in, you see the vibe. As you can see from the commentaries that were made by these new members, you can see the energy they are coming in. You can see they'll come with new ideas, and I think that these ideas, if the House, the National Assembly work together, they would be able to harvest this idea for the benefit of Nigerians. Now, talking about how the National Assembly or the State Assembly operates, at the state level. Yes, the issue of financial autonomy is one. Another is the state control of the state electoral machinery. It's also another. Because even if you give them financial autonomy, that will not end the control of the House of Assembly members. And because most of their election or their re-election depend on their loyalty to the state governors, you find that they have to play along, and then probably get their own share and leave and then get re-election and come back. That is why you see that at the state level, it is more or less a rubber stamp, legislature we have there. Unlike the National Assembly that is a bit developed, like one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, where you can see, some form of, interventions here and there that work for the people. At the state level, is completely a different ballgame. And I think that if we want to get it right, something has to be done with respect to how, the state electoral, independent electoral, commission operate. That's my take on that.
All right. We saw, some of the comments made by Sadamu. You saw some of the things said on the floor of the House there, and some of the interviews we got, and new members and some parties coming in and expanding the House in terms of representation from different political parties. We have some having one member. Many of them having just two members, and then some in their 19s and some just in the early 20s. Are those parties in danger of being subsumed under the mega or the bigger parties, especially when interests do not particularly align and you are looking for numbers? Even in terms of opposition, there are two big parties right now in terms of representation in the opposition. Is there a way, that they could be subsuming these other parties that are not so big, just a few in number? Do they stand? Perhaps do they stand the danger, this other danger of them being swept, away by the huge waves of political weight?
First of all, I think it is a very good development that smaller parties are electing people into the system. It's very good. Our democracy is expanding, and in the National Assembly, the aggregate of the opposition in the National Assembly is the majority. The ability to manage it is an advantage to them in the very long run. It will help our system. And the issue of majority leader consuming, I think it is something that has been happening. Some people will just go into a smaller party to get a ticket to win an election for the purpose of going into a bigger party. It is happening. Some aspirants will find it difficult to get tickets in their own party. For example, PDP or APC. Some of them will navigate to the smaller party. They can get mandate, and they win election because they are popular. It is helping the system. If they win election and they are in the National Assembly, most of them will used to decamp to the major party because of the interest they feel they will benefit. That will not stop, but at the end of the day, the majority of them will still remain in their primary party. Then the issue of the state legislature that the doctor talked about, I'm still interested with. That is my own constituency. It's like it has gone around the entire 36 states. What he said is exactly what is happening. The issue of financial autonomy is very, very important. I was in the State Assembly when we voted for the Fourth Amendment. Because of the independence of the legislature, local government, what happened at the end of the day, we had gotten the requisite number of votes from two-thirds of the state of the federation. But the powerful forum, the most powerful forum in the country then would not allow it to happen. One of the states had to withdraw their vote. And it was directed by a very powerful governor to serve their own integrated purpose, which is not in the interest of the people. We have a long way to go. If you are in the assembly and you are marked by the governor, coming back the second time is a problem for you. There was a scenario when I was there. Somebody in the executive arm was not interested in a particular person to be a chairman of a local government and chieftaincy affairs committee. He said he must be removed. This person was appointed by the speaker. But they have to remove him. I was the chairman of business and rule. I had to use my own position because the person they removed was a very powerful, very experienced member of the assembly. His removal will create crack and crisis in the assembly. Somebody has to withdraw for him to take his own position. That will not really help. That is not an issue of financial independence yet. But because of the interest, this very powerful forum, because of their influence, if they don't like you, you won't be there. In my own state, there are some people that are members of assembly, they will suspend them. They say they are terrorists. They don't pay them their salary. It's not the executive arm, it's not the governor or the deputy governor's responsibility to decide who is a terrorist or not. We have security agencies. But because of the way things are going very wrong, they will use any reason to block you. It is not very healthy for our democracy.
All right, Senator Itain, and so many things, still talking about. But what can we learn? You've been part of the two arms of government, and you're also a student of one, talking about the judiciary. So tell us about how can we engender the very best, standards in relations, and then putting the Nigerian first as we get towards the finish line.
Now, I think that it is not the laws that we make, it is not the rules that are there. It is the mindset of the people. I apologize to the governors. I struggled to be a governor. I struggled for the nomination of my party to contest the last election to be governor of Akwa Ibom State. But I want to say that the governors are still holding this country and the legislature to ransom. They still hold the judiciary to ransom in their respective states. served as the chairman and the secretary of the Presidential Implementation Committee on Autonomy of State Judiciary and State Legislature. It was we that made the Executive Order 10, what the Supreme Court set aside. And after the Supreme Court set aside that, the Executive Order 10 set out the process of autonomy between the state legislature and judiciary, how the funds are to be shared, you know, how the funds that comes into the state are to be shared between the judiciary, legislature, and executive. That's what the Executive Order 10 did. But when the Supreme Court set it aside, we pursued the process of constitutional amendment. And those matters are now fully, all the matters in Executive Order 10, which were annulled by the Supreme Court, are now fully entrenched in the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution, which allows now full autonomy for the legislature, full autonomy for the judiciary, and autonomy on its own for the executive, as it were. So it is not these laws that will, it is the willingness of the governor, because anybody who comes in as governor sees himself as my state, not our state. I've always held that the governor, and one of the lectures I presented at the inauguration of the 10th Assembly members, I say that the governor is the head of the executive. The legislature is the head, the speaker is the head of the legislature. The judiciary is headed by the chief judge of the state. You know, there is, the law allows them to work together. But the most important arm of government, the first arm of government in the Constitution, in the law, is the executive, is the legislature. It is stated as the first arm of government. It is the legislature that can impeach the governor. The governor cannot do anything under the law to the legislature. But they will take illegal steps, like my brother has said, stop salary of member, sometimes block him from entry of the assembly, sometimes take over the House of Assembly of the state, sometimes plot to remove the speaker, sometimes they accuse you of the thing that doesn't exist, like they accuse you of terrorism, you know. So the whole matter has to come towards reorienting the governors. I am very happy that a model of a governor, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, now President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who went through the legislature as senator, now became governor for 8 years, now president, was able to manage a relationship between himself in the state and a federal executive at that time, being a minority party AD at that time, and a powerful PDP headed by His Excellency President Obasanjo at that time, is now the president of the country. I want and I urge him to please not allow the governors to ill-treat the legislature in the different states, because he showed a model in his management of the legislature, in his relationship with the judiciary in his state. He was the first governor, and I say the first governor, under the Attorney Generalship of Osimbanjo, then Attorney General of Lagos, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, now then Attorney General of Lagos State, immediate past Vice President of Nigeria. He was Attorney General to Governor Asiwaju as he then was in Lagos. I'm praying that he should bring this model for the governors to follow, so that the governors don't intimidate the houses of assembly in their state. I want to conclude by referring to the event that had just happened, the inauguration of the National Assembly. Yes, he had his interest. Yes, he may have had his interest, but you did not hear him in his word, on his mouth, speaking about any name. Yes, his men are there. He could provide, and they could speak for him. They could be his legs and his hands. But he maintained that dignity of a presidency and of the president and the executive independence, and allowed it to appear as if the executive, if the judiciary, sorry, the legislature were doing its matter. I want him to please put this in practice and please plead with the governors to allow the legislature in the different states to grow. Now, many people have come from the State House of Assembly and from the state to the National Assembly. It's going to be very difficult for them to function effectively because as members of the State Houses of Assembly, they will use to kowtowing or saying, in my language, they say, a table there. That is, what does Oga say? What does Papa say? That is, a te is daddy. That is the governor. In my place, they say, what does the governor say? What does daddy say? What does Papa say? That is, the governor is what the legislators are calling Papa. I mean, that is terrible. We shouldn't allow it to happen. We should have that independence. So, governors, please let the legislature function and function as an independent arm of government. That is the only way. And the legislature is your helper. Your legislature is your, most of them are going to face EFCC for financial recklessness. But if they allow the legislature to function and check what they ought to check, ask the question they ought to have asked, and they allow the Auditor General to question what they ought to have questioned, they wouldn't be answering questions they are going to answer. And some of them are answering from EFCC. Because there are all these inbuilt checks in the law. If they allowed it to function, if at the federal level this where the legislature functioned effectively, from the function of Attorney General, Auditor General, and other institutions, you wouldn't have needed EFCC. You wouldn't have needed ICPC. Just the Attorney General of the state or federation, then the Auditor General, and the other institutions would have been enough. So let the legislature in the states function. Leave the legislature alone.
Let's take a word or two from the speaker, and as they close shop there at the green chambers of the National Assembly.
The members of the 10th National Assembly have just finished taking their handshake with the Speaker, the 10th Speaker of the House of the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives, Right Honorable Tajuddin Abbas. He's the Speaker, Chief nominee of the ruling APC, alongside the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, who emerged unopposed. He's about to present his first address to the members of the 10th House of Representatives.
Members should please take their leaves. Non-members, please. Honorable colleagues, with your kind permission, I will deliver my inaugural speech. I start with my greetings to the former presiding officers, current and former governors of states, members-elect, secretary to the government of the Federation, the CNA, the deputy CNA, the clerk, House of Representatives, former clerks to the National Assembly, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Today, I stand before you with immense joy and gratitude as we celebrate a momentous victory for the 10th House of Representatives. I want to express my deepest appreciation to each and every one of you who believed in me and supported my candidacy. I am indeed humbled and honored to be elected as your Speaker, as the Speaker of the Nigerian people. I offer my deepest gratitude and thanks to the Almighty God for His divine guidance and blessings throughout this journey. It is through His grace and I stand before you today as the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. I wish to sincerely thank you all for finding me worthy of being your Speaker. Out of the 360 of us, who are all equals. I also thank Almighty God for making this journey possible. To the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and my party, the APC, I say a big thank you for finding me competent to be nominated to serve in this position. For the Nigerian people, I thank you all. I thank every other person who has directly or indirectly contributed to this journey. This victory is not just about me. It is all about us coming together as a united house to serve the Nigerian people diligently. It is about honoring the trust that has been placed on us and working tirelessly to deliver on our promises of good governance and effective representation. It is worthy to note that speakership campaign witnessed in the past few months was democracy at play. But today, all of that has come to pass, and it is time to forge ahead and work together for our people for their own common good. I do not take this mandate bestowed on me as a Nigerian Speaker for granted. I want to assure you today that I shall be just and fair to every one of you, irrespective of perceived differences. I shall operate a house that you will be proud of. I shall be guided by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the House rules. Our doors will be open for members of APC, PDP, Labour Party, NNPP, ABGA, SDP, ADC, and YPP, as we strongly believe nation building is a joint task. My dear colleagues, those of us that were privileged to serve in the just concluded 9th House of Representatives will attest to the fact that appreciable successes had been recorded under my predecessor, Right Honorable Femi Hakeem Bajabiamila, who from tomorrow will assume office as the Chief of Staff to the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria. I would like to congratulate him for finishing his tenure in success and for his new national assignments. The former Speaker remains a great Nigerian whose service to fatherland in the past 20 years as a legislator is unmatched. I commend him for his sacrifices for Nigeria and his support for the new 10th House of Representatives. Honorable colleagues, under my watch, the 10th House shall sustain and even surpass the gains of the 9th Assembly. That's my prayer. We shall carry out the task before us jointly. We shall introduce reforms and innovations for the benefit of Nigerians. In the few weeks, we shall be reeling out the legislative agenda that will shape the 10th House of Representatives. We shall work closely and interdependently with the executive and judiciary to give Nigerians the good governance they deserve. We shall stand at a crucial juncture in our nation's history where challenges are bound, but so do opportunities. We will champion legislations that will uplift the lives of our fellow citizens, promote social justice, and drive sustainable development. We will focus on strengthening our security apparatus, collaborating with relevant stakeholders to combat insurgency, terrorism, and all forms of criminalities. We aim to help create a safe and secure environment that fosters economic growth and social stability. Through legislations, the 10th Assembly will promote entrepreneurship and support small and medium-scale enterprises. We shall diversify our economy and provide sustainable employment opportunities for our youth. We are aware of the challenges in our education, healthcare, and infrastructure sectors, among others. We will work in harmony with the executive arm while upholding principles of checks and balances. Our collaboration will be anchored on the principles of transparency, accountability, and respect for the rule of law. Honorable colleagues, may I remind all of us that we hold our respective offices in trust for the Nigerian people. We must therefore justify the confidence reposed in us by our constituents to represent their interests and work committedly for our dear nation. Working closely with my deputy, Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, we shall provide purposeful leadership in the 10th House of Representatives. My dear colleagues, I invite all of you to be on board for the next 4 years as we embark on this Nigerian project to renew the hope of our people. May God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. May God bless us all. Thank you. Thank you. Please, you may sit down. Honorable colleagues, I think with this address, we'll call it a day. And, okay, sorry, there is an announcement. All members who have their names misspelled or otherwise incomplete should come to the office of the Clerk, House of Representatives for correction and proper documentation. Signed, Clerk, House of Reps. So, honorable colleagues, I will now invite Honorable J.C. Ali to move that the House do adjourn till Wednesday, 14th June 2023 at 11 a.m.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am Dr. Ali Issa J.C. I hereby move that this House should be adjourned to Wednesday, 14 June. Thank you. I hereby move.
Honorable Idem.
Thank you, brand new Speaker, distinguished colleagues. My name is Idem Unyime, member representing Ukanafun, Rowanam Federal Constituency of Akwa Ibom State. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion as moved by my colleague. I so second. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, plenary is adjourned to tomorrow, 11 a.m. Oh, sorry. Those who are in support, you say aye. Aye. Those who are against, you say nay. The ayes have it. So we adjourn to tomorrow by 11 a.m. Thank you.
All right, like we said, they are still getting used to the gavel. So you must pardon Right Honorable TJ Abbas there, Tijani Abbas, Speaker, and of course member representing the good people of Zaria Federal Constituency. The people of Zaria are now very proud that their member is also now the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Many thanks to our guest today, Barrister Adamu Mohammed, former Majority Leader, Kogi State House of Assembly. Any words before we close?
What I want to say is about the speech the Speaker presented. It is very, very comprehensive. I hope he can actualize all this dream. And if he can do that, he must have written his name in gold. Our major problems, he has spelled them out. And the legislature has the power to solve the problem. I encourage him to assiduously follow this projection so that people will be very happy with him.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming. And Dr. Christopher Ngara, National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies, Abuja. Your comments finally.
I think there's hope for Nigeria with the crop of people that have been elected to the Senate, the 10th Senate, and the 10th House of Rep. The speech by the inaugural speech by the President of the Senate, as well as that of the House of Rep, Speaker House of Rep, gives me hope personally that Nigeria is on course, and of course with the few steps that have been taken by the President Asiwaju Ahmed Bola Tinubu, I can say that there's hope for Nigeria. If they can keep to their words, and if they can continue at the pace at which they have started, and in line with the plans that they have on ground, or that I think that the people will, at the end of the day, be better for it. Thank you very much.
And before we go, of course, last but not the least, Senator Itainan, who was a senator representing Akwa Ibom Northeast Senatorial District, and was also senior special advisor to the National Assembly, on National Assembly matters, Senate to the President in the last dispensation.
And also a councillor in my local government before House of Assembly. Thank you very much. Let me give first congratulations to His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because your proclamation as President convening the 10th National Assembly has been executed eventfully, notably, and without any negative outcome. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to His Excellency the Vice President, Alhaji Shetima, former governor, that working with your brother, the governor, His Excellency Mr. President, you have successfully worked on the inauguration of the National Assembly, Senate and House with expected outcomes. Congratulations to the newly elected presiding officers. We also will congratulate in advance the expected principal officers of the Senate and the House. I know they will come out in a manner that reflects the interests of the country. To the newly elected members, please up your game. Know that you are coming to the legislature. Please accept that you are supposed to be more intelligent and more brilliant than the Supreme Court justices, so that when they seek to know what you said, there should be a record that you said it intellectually and intelligently. Please learn and make laws that will be acceptable to Nigerians. Watch on the economy, security, and let the welfare of Nigeria and Nigerians be your watchword. Welcome to the top.
All right, let's quickly join Lami Ali before we go from that venue. Lami Ali, and then we'll close.
Nolim Naji, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, we have just witnessed a historic event, the election of the Speaker of the 10th House of Representatives. You seconded the nomination.
Very well.
And Tajuddin Abbas, emerged. He, alongside Benjamin Kalu, were the nominees of the ruling party, that is the APC. Now, give us your perspective on how the whole thing turned out.
Well, thank you for, we thank God first that our candidates emerged from the Speaker and the Deputy. It was a tough campaign. We visited states, we met with our colleagues, we worked up to 22 hours a day, and it turned out very positive on our side. And by virtue of the votes that we got, it tells you that this is a joint task, that everybody believed in Tajuddin and Benjamin Kalu. 353 votes out of 360 members, and unopposed for Benjamin Kalu, tells you about the candidates that we brought out
to run for the office of Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. Like we said earlier, that we needed candidates that will strengthen the institution, that we needed candidates because what we are here, exactly, the first business of our being here is to make laws. And we are talking about somebody that is bills, over 50-something bills, 20-something signed into law. And you're also talking about another, this deputy that passed over 30-something bills. I mean, we just elected the best among all. And we also thank the speaker, the former speaker, Femi Gbajabiamila, because of the way he pulled everybody together in the 9th Assembly, made all of us believe that we can do it together. And that's what we are doing. And that's what we continue to do. Okay? So we are so happy that what we planned yielded fruits. These two candidates will make House of Rep proud. They will make Nigeria proud. We believe in a working relationship with the executives, with the judiciary. But we also believe that we'll check the executives, we'll check the judiciary. If we check the executives, if need be. Okay, but most importantly, we will help them to succeed so that Nigeria can succeed.
You are a member of the PDP, that is one of the minority parties.
Yes.
Now, what should we look forward to? What should Nigerians look forward to in the 10th Assembly after this inauguration?
Well, the first thing is that we will elect our leadership, our principal officers, the minority principal officers. PDP with other minorities also will form minority leadership that will also checkmate the government. Where areas that they are not doing well, the opposition party will get them right. That is our position. But most importantly, PDP is not interested in bringing down the government. We're interested in strengthening the government. But we checkmate the government so that we help the government to succeed. Because when the government succeeds, it's in our interest. So that is our position as PDP. And the PDP, as you know, is a very strong party and is the most dynamic party we have in this country.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So you've heard from one of the members of the 10th National Assembly speaking with us about how the whole exercise went and what Nigerians should expect in the 10th National Assembly, whose journey began today after the election of Tajuddin Abbas and Benjamin Okeze Kalu as Speaker and Deputy